What if the very essence of life after death isn't found in the celestial realms of angels, but in the chilling whispers of demons? In the damp, echoing corridors of forgotten catacombs, shadows flicker like secrets waiting to be unearthed. The air hangs heavy, thick with the weight of unspoken fears and ancient truths. Here, amidst crumbling stone and the faint scent of decay, the question looms: what do these dark entities know about immortality that we do not? The candlelight flickers, sending ghostly shapes dancing across the walls, and a low growl reverberates through the silence, as if the darkness itself is alive and watching. The legends of demons swirl through the minds of those who dare to listen. Tales stitched into the fabric of humanity's nightmares. Are they the harbingers of despair, or do they hold the key to understanding our eternal souls? In the stillness, a chill runs down the spine, a premonition that something extraordinary and terrifying is about to unfold. Outside, the storm brews fiercely, thunder rumbling like a beast awakening from a slumber. Lightning splits the sky, illuminating the twisted branches of ancient trees, each gnarled limb a reminder of battles fought between light and shadow. Histories collide in an explosion of thought, where the living question the very nature of existence, their breaths quickening with each revelation. What if true wisdom lies not in salvation but in the acceptance of darkness? What if the demons, long vilified and feared, are but misunderstood custodians of our deepest truths? As the clock ticks ominously, time itself seems to warp. The ground pulses beneath, an echo of lives lost, of souls trapped in a cycle they cannot escape. Whispers of a forgotten pact rise from the depths, tales of those who made bargains with the abyss in search of immortality. Yet, what price must one pay to break free from the shackles of mortality? The questions linger like a fog, thickening the atmosphere, drawing the curious and the brave deeper into its grasp. Answers lie just beyond reach, tantalizing and terrifying. In the gathering darkness, figures emerge, shrouded in mystery. Eyes glinting with the secrets only a demon could hold. They beckon with the promise of enlightenment, yet the air crackles with danger. A choice must be made, to embrace the unknown or retreat into the comforting arms of ignorance. The heart races. The weight of the decision hangs like a noose. Once the line is crossed, there is no return. Are you prepared to confront the abyss that stares back? The air thickens with an electric tension, each heartbeat echoing like a drum roll heralding the climax of a grand tale. Immortality is not merely a gift, it is a curse wrapped in shadows. The demon's laughter reverberates, a haunting melody that lingers long after the echoes fade, leaving a chilling question in its wake. What truths lay in wait, hidden within the dark corners of eternity? A reckoning is at hand, and history is breathing, ready to reveal its most guarded secrets. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows over the land, where ancient civilizations thrived and struggled, loved and lost. Somewhere a child laughed, the sound ringing clear and innocent, while not far off, another soul prepared for its final journey. This dance between life and death wove through every corner of their existence, a thread binding both joy and sorrow. In Egypt, the air was thick with the scent of myrrh and incense, a fragrant offering to the gods meant to guide the souls of the departed to the afterlife. The pyramids, those enormous stone sentinels, towered against the sky, their structures a testament to a belief that life continued beyond the grave. Each stone was laid with purpose, each chamber carved with the hopes and dreams of a king, a pharaoh who believed himself a god. The heart, a heavy symbol of truth, was weighed against the feather of Maat, the goddess of truth and justice. If the heart was found wanting, the soul faced the fearsome creature Ammit, who would consume it, leaving nothing but an empty echo in its place. The people believed that the dead could still hear the whispers of the living, that their ancestors lingered just beyond the veil, watching, listening, guiding. Tombs were filled with treasures, not merely for display but to ensure the departed could enjoy the comforts of life in eternity. Gold glimmered in the flickering light of torches, food was laid out, and even servants were buried with their masters, ready to serve in the afterlife. Each burial was a celebration, a poignant farewell wrapped in ritual, where tears mingled with laughter in remembrance of what was lost and what awaited. In contrast, the Mesopotamians faced death with a grim acceptance. Their view of the afterlife was less rosy, a shadowy realm known as the land of no return. Here, the dead wandered aimlessly, their desires unfulfilled. They believed the dead were like dust, cast aside and forgotten, and so they honored their loved ones with offerings to appease their spirits. Clay tablets inscribed with prayers were left at the graves, a desperate plea for the dead not to forget the living. The distance between life and death felt vast, a chasm filled with sorrow and regret. Yet even in this bleak landscape, there existed a thread of connection. The spirits could still influence the living, guiding them through life's challenges if remembered properly. In ancient Greece, death was a more complex tapestry, woven with strands of myth and philosophy. The Greeks viewed death as a passage, a transition rather than an end. They believed in the underworld, ruled by Hades, where souls journeyed post-mortem. The living honored the dead during annual festivals, leaving offerings of food and drink at their graves. They feared the idea of being forgotten, and so they erected grand tombs and statues, ensuring their names would echo through time. There was a profound sense of respect for the dead, for they were seen as individuals who had once walked among them, their stories interwoven with the fabric of life itself. As the sun set on the Greeks, it rose in the vibrant lands of China, where the concept of death carried its own weight. Ancestors were revered, and the living were believed to be in constant communication with them. Festivals like Qingming were moments of heartfelt remembrance, where families gathered to clean graves and offer food, paper money, and even paper houses, believing these gifts would provide comfort in the spirit world. The cycle of life was seen as a harmonious rhythm, where death was not feared but embraced as part of existence. It was a natural progression, a return to the earth, and a stepping stone to the next life. Each honoring of the ancestors reinforced the unbreakable bond between generations, reminding the living that their place in the world was a continuation of those who had come before. In the far reaches of the Americas, the Aztecs viewed death through a lens of vitality and sacrifice. They believed that the sun needed the blood of the living to rise each day, intertwining life and death in a cycle of renewal. The rituals were intense, often demanding the ultimate sacrifice, human life, to sustain the sun god, Huitzilopochtli. Their temples soared, adorned with the images of gods and the faces of those who had offered themselves willingly for the continuation of life. The dead were not viewed with fear, but celebrated, as warriors who had fought bravely in life and would join the gods in death. To die in battle was the highest honor, a gateway to eternal glory. In the shadows of these vibrant rituals, the ancient Celts honored death through celebration, believing that the boundary between the living and the dead was thin, especially during Samhain, a festival marking the end of the harvest season. They lit bonfires, calling forth the spirits of their ancestors, inviting them to join in the festivities. It was a time of reflection, a moment to remember those who had left the mortal realm but never truly departed. The Celts understood life as a cycle, where death was merely a doorway to a different existence, a passage through which one could embrace the wisdom of the ages. As the moon rose high, illuminating the night, the emotions surrounding death intermingled across civilizations, each society carrying its own beliefs, fears, and hopes. The stories told around flickering fires, the chants sung in sacred spaces, and the offerings left at gravesites were not merely actions. They were a testament to humanity's quest for understanding, a longing to connect beyond the confines of mortality. Each culture grappled with the great unknown, each weaving a narrative that echoed through time. With every heartbeat, every breath, the concept of death painted a canvas rich with emotion, a profound reminder of the fragility of life. It beckoned from the shadows, a constant companion, urging the living to remember, to honor, and to reflect on what it truly means to exist. And as night fell, darkness cradled those ancient beliefs, setting the stage for the next chapter of existence, a journey that both terrified and intrigued, promising to unveil the mysteries that lay beyond the eternal horizon. In the dim light of flickering torches, shadows danced on ancient walls, whispering tales of fear and awe. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the distant echoes of souls long departed. Legends spoke of beings that lurked at the edges of life, watching, waiting. Demons, they called them, but not the kind that twisted in the nightmares of children. These were guardians, keepers of the threshold between worlds, tasked with ushering the souls of the dead to their final resting places. In ancient Egypt, Anubis stood watch, his jackal head a symbol of mystery and power. With eyes like pools of darkness, he guided the departed through the treacherous afterlife, weighing their hearts against the feather of Maat, the goddess of truth. Those who had lived righteous lives would pass, their souls set free, while the unworthy faced a fate worse than death, devoured by Ammit, the soul-eater, whose fearsome jaws awaited the unfit. The chilling thought that one's entire existence could hinge on the balance of a single moment sent shivers down spines. Anubis, with his calm demeanor, ushered the souls gently, ensuring that even in judgment there was dignity. Across the oceans, in the lands of Mesopotamia, the underworld was ruled by Ereshkigal, queen of the dead. Her domain, a shadowy reflection of the world above, was filled with silent echoes and the weight of forgotten memories. Those who ventured into her realm faced the haunting beauty of its desolation. The spirits of the departed wandered like lost children, and Ereshkigal, fierce yet sorrowful, guarded her realm with a relentless grip. Her presence was both terrifying and heartbreaking, a reminder that death was not merely an end, but a transition marked by trial and tribulation. In the deep of night, when the moon hung low and the air turned cold, tales of Ereshkigal's grief seeped into the hearts of the living. It was said that she sank into the depths of despair after the loss of her beloved husband, the sun god, who was forever separated from her by the cycle of day and night. Her story echoed through generations, a poignant reminder that even the mightiest guardians of the afterlife knew sorrow. In the distant lands of the Norse, Hel, daughter of Loki, ruled over her own dark kingdom. Half alive and half dead, she embodied the duality of life itself. Her throne sat in the depths of Niflheim, a cold and shadowy world where the unwanted souls found their resting place. With a gaze that could freeze the bravest of hearts, Hel welcomed those who had not died in battle, ensuring they were not forgotten. Her touch was like the frost of winter, captivating yet fearsome, a reminder that while the honored might feast in Valhalla, the rest would be cradled in her chilling embrace. The warriors spoke in hushed tones of the horror that awaited them if they failed to honor the call of battle. They would rather face steel and blood than be consigned to Hel's domain. The tension of their lives hung palpably in the air, each breath a fleeting moment closer to fate. Yet the myth of Hel also offered an unexpected comfort. She was not merely a harbinger of doom. She preserved the memories of those who had lived, reminding the world that even in death there was a story to tell. As legends entwined through history, they spoke of demons not just as agents of dread, but as the very fabric of understanding life's impermanence. In the Hindu tradition, Yama, the god of death, was not merely feared but respected. With a noose in one hand and justice in the other, he ensured every soul faced their past. The stories of Yama echoed with lessons of karma, reminding the living that their actions echoed through eternity. The idea that the demons of the afterlife acted as both guides and judges added layers to the understanding of existence, igniting a flicker of hope amidst the fear. In the darkened corners of each culture, these guardians of the afterlife embodied both terror and solace. They were the keepers of secrets, holding the power to inspire reverence and dread in equal measure. Their presence lingered like a shadow in the minds of those who contemplated their own mortality, a constant reminder of the paths they tread. The chilling whispers of the underworld rolled through time like a fog, wrapping around souls who dared to ponder what awaited them after the final breath. A sense of unease settled in their hearts, igniting a primal fear of the unknown. What lay beyond? Would they, like the warriors of old, find themselves honored or cast aside? In Japan, Yama-uba and her son, Jizo, watched over the spirits, filled with compassion for the lost. Yama-uba, with her wild hair and gentle heart, gathered the souls who had strayed from their paths. Her love for them was palpable, a warm embrace in the coldness of death. Jizo, with his small stature and big heart, stood as a protector for children who had passed too soon. His statues, adorned with red bibs, dotted graveyards, a constant reminder that even in sorrow, there was love. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in shades of twilight, the air buzzed with stories of these guardians. They were not just figures of darkness but reflections of humanity's deepest fears and hopes. The chilling realization settled in. The afterlife was a realm where not only the dead resided, but where the living also learned to confront their own shadows. With every tale told around the fire, the fabric of existence wove tighter, binding the living to the dead through shared stories and whispered memories. The demons of mythology, guardians of the afterlife, stood not merely as terrifying figures but as mirrors reflecting the complexities of life and death, reminders that every ending could lead to a new beginning, each heartbeat echoing the tales of those who had come before, forever entwined in a dance that transcended the boundaries of life itself. In the flickering shadows of a flickering candle, a figure crouches over an ancient manuscript, the air thick with the scent of burnt sage. The words dance across the page, etched in a language long forgotten, whispering tales of terror and temptation. This isn't just a story. It's a glimpse into the world where demons lurk behind every corner, weaving their way into the very fabric of belief systems across cultures. With every turn of the page, echoes of fear, desire, and the struggle between good and evil pulse through the centuries. From the arid deserts of Mesopotamia, where the first gods and demons clashed in a cosmic dance, to the shadowy forests of northern Europe, where the whispers of witches summoned dark forces, the role of demons in religion is as diverse as the cultures that birthed them. In ancient Sumer, the demoness Lilith roamed the night, her legend woven into the tapestry of creation myths. She was not merely a symbol of seduction. She embodied the chaotic forces of nature, challenging the very order imposed by male deities. The Sumerians believed that she brought sickness and strife, yet her allure held a power that no one could ignore. Fast forward to the heart of the Hebrew Bible, where demons were cast as agents of chaos, embodying humanity's deepest fears and the constant battle against temptation. The story of Azazel, the scapegoat, paints a vivid image of an ancient ritual where sins were symbolically transferred to the creature, banishing evil into the wilderness. The haunting notion that evil could be externalized, given form, and sent away resonates through generations, tapping into a primal instinct to rid oneself of darkness. As the faithful gathered, their collective breath held in anticipation, the tension crackled in the air. What if the demon took root and returned? Across the sea, in the heart of ancient India, demons known as asuras battled the deities, turning the cosmic order into a fierce battleground. The Mahabharata and Ramayana recount epic tales of these beings, often portrayed with an unsettling charm that blurred the line between good and evil. The Asuras were not simply villains. They represented the chaos within humanity itself, the greed, the lust, the hunger for power. It was a reflection of the struggle all must face, and thus they became an integral part of the moral teachings within Hinduism. The stories echoed in temples, the flickering shadows casting doubt on the purity of the faithful as they prayed for guidance. In the far reaches of the world, the ancient Greeks peered into the abyss and saw their fears personified in the form of daemons. Beyond mere spirits, these beings were complex, capable of guiding or misleading, reflecting the duality of human nature. Plato spoke of them as intermediaries between the divine and the earthly, their influence weaving through the fabric of existence. In their stories, one could feel the tension of choice, the weight of decisions that could lead to glory or doom. The Greeks understood that demons were not merely monsters, they were mirrors reflecting the best and worst within humanity. As the sun set over ancient Rome, a troubling transformation took place. With the rise of Christianity, demons morphed into symbols of sin and moral failure. The early church viewed them as fallen angels, beings cast out into darkness, embodying temptation and despair. The terrifying figure of Satan emerged, an entity that whispered insidious thoughts into the ears of the faithful, leading them away from salvation. The church's depictions sparked fear and fervor, captivating the masses with chilling tales of possession and exorcism. In candlelit cathedrals, the faithful trembled at the thought of being ensnared by these dark forces, their prayers rising like smoke, seeking protection against the lurking shadows. Turning to Africa, the role of demons takes on yet another dimension. In various cultures, spirits embody the ancestors, acting as guardians or tormentors. Demons in these beliefs are not simply evil, they are part of the life cycle, demanding respect and rituals to ensure harmony. The stories, told around fires at night, are steeped in emotional weight, where ancestors watch over the living, and demons serve as reminders of the consequences of straying from cultural norms. Here, the tension lies not just in fear, but in the deep-rooted connections to lineage and the past, a reminder that one's actions ripple through the fabric of time. In the eerie glow of modernity, the fascination with demons hasn't faded. It has morphed into new expressions. Movies, books, and art pulsate with the images of entities that haunt the subconscious, their roots deeply embedded in ancient lore. The stories echo through the ages, tapping into primal fears and the ever-present struggle between light and darkness. Each telling, whether whispered in the night or boldly displayed on screens, pulls at the threads of belief, showing that the dance with demons has never truly ended. As the candle flickers, casting long shadows that seem to stretch into infinity, the narrative of demons continues to unfold. Their roles in religions are more than mere tales of horror. They are reflections of humanity's deepest fears and desires. The stories intertwine across cultures and epochs, creating a tapestry rich with emotion, tension, and history. The fight against these enigmatic figures transcends time and space, lingering in the hearts of those who dare to confront their own darkness, making it impossible to turn away from the gripping tale that continues to bind humanity together. In a dimly lit room, a child clutched a worn teddy bear, its fur frayed and faded from countless embraces. Outside, thunder rumbled ominously, like the growl of some unseen monster lurking on the fringes of night. The flickering candlelight cast shadows that danced along the walls, twisting and warping into grotesque figures. The child's heart raced, a primal instinct kicking in, a whisper of something ancient and terrifying clawing at the edges of consciousness, the fear of death. It was a fear that had haunted humanity since the dawn of time, a specter that loomed over every life, a reminder that existence is fragile, fleeting. From the ancient Sumerians who laid their loved ones to rest with intricate burial rites, to the ghostly tales of medieval Europe, the idea of death has always been entwined with the human experience. The Egyptians, in their elaborate preparation for the afterlife, carved hieroglyphs into stone, trying desperately to hold on to something eternal, something beyond the grave. They feared the scale that would weigh their hearts against the feather of Ma'at, the concept of truth and balance, knowing that a single misstep could lead to eternal damnation in the dark underworld of Duat. Throughout history, every culture has had its demons, manifestations of this fear that gnawed at the very essence of what it meant to be alive. In the shadows of folklore, the demon archetype took shape, born from the collective anxiety surrounding death. In ancient Greece, the terrifying figure of Thanatos personified not just death itself, but the inevitable end that awaited every mortal soul. To the Greeks, he was both a warning and a relief, a reminder that life's pleasures were fleeting and that time would eventually claim all. But it was not just the ancients who harbored these fears. In the dark corners of Victorian England, where the fear of death was almost a societal obsession, the demon archetype became more than just a myth. As the Industrial Revolution surged, bringing both progress and pain, the specter of death transformed into a tangible entity. The ghost stories that circulated in candlelit parlors were not mere entertainment. They were cathartic expressions of a society grappling with the mortality of the human condition. The eerie tales of vengeful spirits reflected an unspoken fear of what lay beyond the veil of life, a fear that was often more daunting than death itself. Consider the tale of the Grim Reaper, that skeletal figure cloaked in black, wielding a scythe. This once feared figure was not just a harbinger of doom, but a representation of humanity's struggle against the unknown. Each swing of the scythe was a reminder of the time slipping away, a visceral acknowledgement that every tick of the clock brought one closer to the inevitable. The Reaper became both a demon and a guide, leading lost souls into the darkness, a promise that death was not an end, but a transition. This interplay of life and death, of light and shadow, created a rich tapestry of human emotion. The fear of death morphed into an existential contemplation, a haunting realization that every breath could be the last. People began to personify their fears, giving them shape and form. The demons of anxiety, sorrow, and despair took on lives of their own. These were not just figments of imagination. They were reflections of a deeper psychological truth, whispers of the collective psyche that craved understanding in the face of the unknown. As the night deepened, the skies unleashed their fury, rain hammering against the windows like 1,000 frantic hearts. In that moment, the child with the teddy bear felt a chill seep into the bones, an echo of ancient fears surfacing from the depths of history, raw and exposed. It was as if the very spirits of those long gone had returned, demanding attention, urging recognition of the fears that tied them to the living. The stories of demons told through the ages served not only as warnings but also as mirrors reflecting the deepest corners of our minds. The ancient Mesopotamians spoke of Lamashtu, a demoness who preyed upon the pregnant and newborn, embodying the fears of maternal mortality. Her existence was a chilling reminder that life was tenuous, that the joys of new beginnings could be snatched away in an instant. Each tale resonated with the heartbeat of humanity, a testament to the struggle against the dark abyss that waited just beyond the horizon. Even in the modern age, where logic and science have attempted to tame the wild beast of fear, the demon archetype remains. It morphs into anxiety disorders, depression, modern-day manifestations of a timeless fear. Each flicker of panic, every wave of sadness, serves as a reminder that our ancient fears still linger, woven into the fabric of our very being. In a world that often feels chaotic and overwhelming, the demons of our fears rise to the surface, clutching at our throats, whispering insidious thoughts and raking nails along the fragile edges of our sanity. It is at this intersection of fear and understanding that the psychological perspective deepens. Each emotion becomes a thread in the tapestry of existence, weaving together the narrative of what it means to be human. The candle flickered one last time before extinguishing, plunging the room into darkness. The child, heart racing, felt the weight of the silence, the presence of unseen watchers. The electric charge of fear pulsed through the air, thick and suffocating. The teddy bear, a small comfort, could do little to shield the innocent heart from the encroaching shadows, shadows that whispered of death, of demons lurking just beyond the threshold of light. In the darkness, the child sensed that the ancient fears were not vanquished but transformed, waiting for the dawn to rise again, for the light to reveal what only shadows could conceal. The battle against these demons would continue, an eternal struggle that echoed through the ages, as unending as the fear itself. In the flickering shadows of a dimly lit room, a child huddled closer to the fire, eyes wide with fear and wonder. The old storyteller, his voice gravelly and laced with the weight of centuries, leaned in, the flames dancing in his eyes. "Let me tell you about the figures that haunt our dreams, the dark spirits that teach us about life and death." The crackling wood seemed to silence the world outside, and for a moment, it was as if time itself held its breath. Throughout the ages, cultures have whispered tales of demonic figures echoing through the corridors of history. In ancient Greece, tales of Hades, the lord of the underworld, sparked both fear and fascination. He was not merely a figure of dread, but a reminder of the inevitable embrace of mortality. Hades would remind the living that life was fleeting, urging them to cherish every moment, for in the shadows, eternity awaited. The stories revealed that every soul, no matter how powerful or humble, would face his gates, where the final judgment awaited. In the distant east, the tales of Yama, the god of death, painted a similar picture. With his fearsome visage he rode a water buffalo, his eyes piercing through the facade of life. Yama was not just a harbinger of doom, he served as a reminder that every action had a consequence. His very presence instilled a sense of urgency in the hearts of the living. "Live wisely," the tales warned, "for your choices will echo in the afterlife." The cautionary tales surrounding him were filled with lessons, stories of those who strayed from the path, only to find themselves lost in the endless void of regret. As the storyteller continued, the child leaned in closer, captivated. "But let me tell you of the darker figures," he said, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. The name Lilith sent chills down spines, her story woven into the tapestry of Jewish folklore. Born of the same clay as Adam, she refused to submit, choosing instead to embrace her independence. But her defiance came with a price. In the shadows of her rebellion, she became a symbol of the consequences of choices unchecked by morality. "Beware," the tales warned, "for even those who seek freedom can find themselves ensnared in darkness." The air thickened as the storyteller spoke of the Grim Reaper, a figure that transcended cultures. Draped in a tattered cloak with a skeletal hand clutching a scythe, he appeared when least expected, a silent reminder that life could end in an instant. The Reaper was not a monster to be feared, but rather a guide, leading souls to their final resting place. As the child listened, a shiver ran down their spine, knowing that every tick of the clock brought them closer to the unseen figure waiting just beyond the veil. The lessons from these demonic figures were profound. They urged the living to confront their mortality, to understand that life was not merely a series of moments to be squandered, but a precious gift to be cherished. The stories often had a dark twist. Those who ignored the warnings faced terrifying ends, while those who heeded the advice found peace in acceptance. Another tale unfolded, this one from the icy Northlands, where the figure of Hell ruled over the realm of the dead. Half alive, half corpse, Hell embodied the duality of existence, life and death intertwined in an eternal dance. Her story echoed with the truth that death was not to be feared, but rather embraced as a part of the cycle. This lesson resonated deeply, as it illustrated that even the darkest figures could hold wisdom. The ambiance shifted, tension building in the air as the storyteller's voice grew more dramatic. And then there were the nightmarish banshees of Ireland, he recounted, their wails echoing through the mists, heralding death with their mournful cries. The banshee was a harbinger of doom, a reminder that loss was an intrinsic part of life. But within that sorrow lay a lesson of love, for those who mourned were often those who loved deeply. The child could imagine the chilling shrieks piercing through the silence of the night, the terror mingling with the bittersweet acknowledgement of love lost. As the fire crackled, the shadows danced on the walls, creating ghostly figures that seemed to move with the rhythm of the stories. Each tale wove together, threads of darkness and light intermingling, painting a tapestry of life's journey. The child felt a wave of emotions, the fear, the sadness, but also a sense of understanding. The figures that haunted their nightmares were also the ones that reminded them of what it meant to be alive. With each story told, the lessons grew clearer. Mortality was not merely an end, but a teacher, an ever-present force that urged individuals to live fully, to love deeply, and to embrace their choices. The tales, rich in history and steeped in cultural wisdom, served as guides through the labyrinth of life. The storyteller's voice softened, drawing the child closer still. And remember, sometimes the scariest figures may hold the key to understanding ourselves, he whispered. There was a finality in the air, a tension that hinted at the closing of a chapter, yet the stories refused to end entirely. Instead, they invited the listener to carry these lessons forward into the unknown. As the child sat, heart racing, caught between the realms of fear and understanding, a new story began to unfurl, the shadows shifting yet again, ready to weave in yet another layer of complexity, another lesson waiting just beyond the flickering light. In the dim light of a flickering candle, shadows danced on the walls, twisting into grotesque shapes that seemed to come alive. A chill crept through the room as a low wind rustled the pages of an ancient book resting on the table. Each turn of the page whispered secrets of a time when demons were not just figments of imagination, but symbols of the deepest fears and desires lurking within the human soul. From the medieval streets of Europe, where the specter of the Black Death hung heavy in the air, to the opulent courts of ancient Mesopotamia, demons took on forms that reflected the turmoil of their eras. The people of those times sought to understand the chaos of their lives. They crafted grotesque images of creatures with sharp claws and fiery eyes, embodying not only the darkness they feared, but also their deepest yearnings. In a world rife with disease and despair, the demon became an explanation, a scapegoat for the unexplainable. As the clock struck midnight, a proud knight in armor, Sir Alaric, found himself gazing into the mirror of a cursed relic, a gift from a long-dead sorceress. The reflection that stared back was not his own. Instead, it revealed a monstrous figure with jagged teeth and hollow eyes. Inside, Alaric's heart swirled a tempest of emotions. Fear gripped him, not of the demon itself, but of what it represented, his doubts about his bravery, his struggles for love, and the looming threat of failure. He had once been a hero, celebrated for his valor, but now he wrestled with the demons of his past, the choices he regretted, and the dreams he dared not pursue. Throughout history, demons mirrored human experiences: war, loss, lust, and ambition. In the shadows of ancient Rome, men whispered tales of spirits that roamed the streets, embodying their lust for power and the consequences of their greed. Caligula, for instance, was said to have summoned demons to aid his reign, driven by a hunger for control that ultimately led to his downfall. The darkness within him transformed into a beast that ravaged not only his enemies but also his allies, illustrating how the very desires that pushed him to greatness were intertwined with his own destruction. In the dusty, echoing halls of the Inquisition, the Church held dominion over the minds of the people, instilling fear through tales of demonic possession. It was said that the devil could take hold of the weak and twist their desires into something vile. Women, often seen as conduits for this evil, were persecuted for simply being different. Their desires for freedom and knowledge were labeled as witchcraft, and those labeled as demons were often just souls yearning to break free. The flames of the pyres lit up the night sky, a ghastly reminder of how fear can manifest into monstrous forms, punishing the very essence of humanity, the pursuit of truth and self. In the far reaches of the East, among the monks of ancient Tibet, demons were not simply harbingers of fear, but reflections of the inner struggles of the mind. A monk, lost in deep meditation, could summon forth visions of demons that mirrored his own insecurities. When he faced these horrors, he understood that they were not external beings to be vanquished, but rather parts of himself to acknowledge and integrate. Those demons became teachers, guiding him through the labyrinth of his desires and fears, his craving for enlightenment, the desire to escape suffering, and the fear of his own impermanence. In a dusty village in medieval England, a young girl named Eleonora feared the darkness that crept into her dreams. Each night, the demon of her nightmares transformed into a figure cloaked in shadows, whispering her deepest insecurities back to her. It taunted her with visions of never being good enough, never being loved. Yet, in her fear, she found a spark of strength. Armed with the knowledge of her community's tales, she began to challenge the demon, confronting it with her courage. Her struggle became a legend, echoing through the ages as a testament to how inner demons, when faced, could illuminate the path toward self-discovery and empowerment. As the candle flickered one final time, the soft glow revealed the faces of many who had wrestled with their own demons, each story woven into the fabric of humanity. The pleasant yet eerie tension in the air thickened as the shadows grew longer, hinting at the weight of decisions yet to come. Each person's journey with their demon was a mirror reflecting the collective fears and desires of mankind. These demons were the voices of the rejected, the misunderstood, the ambitious, and the heartbroken, each craving acknowledgement. In a dimly lit tavern, men huddled together, sharing tales of encounters that would send shivers down the spine. Some spoke of demons that promised riches in exchange for a piece of their soul, while others recounted their run-ins with creatures that offered forbidden knowledge. The allure of desire mingled with the dread of consequence, a precarious balance that kept them on the edge of their seats, their hearts pounding with the thrill of the unknown. Each word dripped with the weight of history, the narratives of countless souls who had darkened their doorsteps, seeking to understand the demons that haunted them. The candle's flame began to gutter and flicker, casting trembling shadows that beckoned the stories forward. With each pulse of light, the weight of history bore down, intertwining the fears and desires of those who had come before with the lives of those who would follow. The tension hung palpable in the air, as if the walls themselves held their breath, waiting for the next chapter of this timeless tale of demons, fears, and unquenchable desires. Each heartbeat echoed a journey that was far from over, a story yet to unfold in the endless cycle of human experience. In a small village in Mexico, the air is thick with the scent of marigolds, their vivid orange petals reflecting the warmth of the autumn sun. Families gather, their laughter echoing through the streets, a stark contrast to the somber reality of loss. It is the Day of the Dead, a time when the living celebrate and honor those who have passed away. Altars adorned with photographs, favorite foods, and bright sugar skulls stand proudly in every home, each telling the story of a loved one who once walked among them. Here, death is not the end, but a bridge connecting the living to the spirits. Across the ocean, in the ancient landscapes of Egypt, the pyramids rise majestically against the backdrop of the desert sky. A procession winds its way toward the Nile, where the living carry offerings of bread, wine, and precious oils to honor their ancestors. In the time of the pharaohs, these rituals were an essential part of life, designed to ensure that the deceased would journey safely into the afterlife. The weight of history presses upon the participants, their hearts heavy with reverence. The belief in the afterlife shaped the very fabric of their society, drawing a line between the mortal realm and the eternal. In the Highlands of Scotland, the chill of the autumn air is filled with the haunting sound of bagpipes as clans gather for a somber yet celebratory remembrance. The tradition of Chaelith, a gathering of friends and family, brings stories of those who have passed back to life through laughter and song. Amidst the flickering candles and shared memories, the spirits are ever present, guiding the living in their dance. The tales of bravery, love, and sacrifice echo through the night, stitching together the fabric of a community that refuses to forget. Meanwhile, in Japan, the Obon festival transforms cemeteries into vibrant spaces of light and remembrance. Lanterns float gently on water, guiding the spirits of ancestors back to the world of the living for just a few days each year. Families gather, sharing meals and stories, paying homage to those who paved the way for them. The atmosphere is a delicate balance of joy and sorrow, each moment steeped in respect. The past mingles with the present, as the living find solace in the connection to those who watch over them from beyond. In the vast landscapes of India, the rituals of Shraddha bring families together in a sacred act of devotion. During this time, offerings of food are made to honor ancestors, ensuring their peace in the afterlife. The air hums with chants and prayers, as the living seek the blessings of those who came before. Each grain of rice, each flower laid upon the earth carries the weight of love, an unbreakable bond that defies the finality of death. The night sky often twinkles with the light of countless diyas, shining hope and remembrance, a beacon for the souls who wander in search of their loved ones. In the icy tundras of Siberia, the Evenki people set up a necropole, a sacred space where the spirits of their ancestors are honored through elaborate ceremonies. As the snow crunches beneath their feet, they light fires and share stories, believing that their ancestors walk beside them, guiding them through life. The smoke rises into the air, carrying with it prayers and memories, a testament to a deep-rooted belief that the deceased remain part of the community. In this harsh, unforgiving landscape, the warmth of connection transcends even the coldest of winters. In the lush forests of Africa, the Dinka people of South Sudan celebrate the lives of their ancestors through vibrant dance and music. The rhythm of the drums resonates deep within the earth, calling forth the spirits of those who have departed. As the dancers move in unison, their bodies become vessels of remembrance, each step a tribute to the legacy left behind. The community gathers, united in their shared grief and joy, a testament to the enduring nature of love that echoes through generations. The night is filled with laughter, tears, and the spirit of the ones they honor, creating a tapestry of emotion that binds them together. In every corner of the world, from the bustling cities to the tranquil countryside, the ways in which people honor the dead reveal a universal truth. Love cannot be extinguished by death. Each culture weaves its own unique narrative around loss, providing a lens through which to understand the profound connection between the living and the departed. The rituals, steeped in history, remind us of our shared human experience, a dance between grief and celebration that transcends borders and time. As the sun sets in one part of the world, it rises in another, a constant reminder that life and death are but two sides of the same coin. The echoes of laughter, the whisper of prayers, and the flickering lights of remembrance continue to bind us across time and space. The stories of the dead flow through the living, each pulse a heartbeat of connection that refuses to fade. Moments of silence give way to songs of joy, and in those fleeting instances, the past is woven into the present, creating an unbreakable thread that ties generations together. With each ritual, with each story shared, a deeper understanding emerges. Death is not a void, but a canvas painted with memories and love, waiting to be honored and embraced. As families gather around tables laden with food or light candles in sacred spaces, they remind one another that the bonds of love endure, bridging the gap between the here and the hereafter. A powerful current of emotion flows through these practices, a reminder that the legacy of each soul lives on in the hearts of those who remain. The air was thick with tension, the weight of 1,000 untold stories hanging just beneath the surface. In dimly lit chambers and shadowy corners of ancient temples, the echoes of whispered fears and hopes collided in a cacophony of emotion. Every culture, every belief system, seemed to share one profound question: what lies beyond the veil of death? As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows, it became clear that the journey into the afterlife was fraught with both wonder and dread, with demons looming as both guides and tormentors. In ancient Mesopotamia, the Sumerians carved tales into clay tablets, speaking of the afterlife as a realm below, an eerie place called Kur. It was said that the dead would be greeted not by angels, but by monstrous beings, guardians of the underworld. These demons, often depicted with twisted horns and fiery eyes, were more than mere tormentors. They were guides, leading souls through the labyrinth of the afterlife. Those who had lived virtuous lives might find their way past the fearsome sentinels, while the wicked trembled at the sight of their looming figures, destined to face eternal punishment. The demons were not simply there to punish, they were the gatekeepers of destiny, and their judgment was as final as the silence that followed a heartbeat. In stark contrast, the ancient Egyptians painted a world rich with both light and darkness. Here, the afterlife was a vast expanse filled with possibilities. The dead were judged by Osiris, their hearts weighed against the feather of Ma'at. Yet, lurking in the shadows were the terrifying demons known as Ammit, a creature that would devour the unworthy. Imagine standing before the scales, your heart racing as the weight of your life hung in balance. Amit's gaze bore into you, a mix of hunger and disdain. In this land of the dead, demons served a dual purpose. They were both the fearsome heralds of consequences and the protectors of cosmic order. The dead had to navigate through a landscape filled with traps and challenges, where demons guided the lost and the afraid, often taunting them with their own insecurities. Across oceans and centuries, the stories wove their way into the fabric of belief. In the Norse tradition, the afterlife was split into several realms, including Valhalla and Hell, each with its own set of demons. The Valkyries, fierce warrior maidens, carved paths for the honored dead to Valhalla, while Hell, the realm of the dishonored, was ruled by a being who was neither entirely demon nor goddess. There, the souls faced their pasts, the demons serving as cruel reflections of their choices, urging them to confront the deeds that led them to such a fate. In these icy depths, the cold was not just a physical sensation but a chilling reminder of the warmth lost through choices made in life. In the shadows of Eastern philosophies, the concept of karma intertwined with the roles of demons. In Buddhism, demons were often manifestations of inner struggles, representing the fears and desires that chained individuals to the cycle of rebirth. They were not the traditional tormentors, but guides urging souls to confront their attachments. Each encounter with a demon in this realm was an opportunity for enlightenment, or a descent into chaos. The path was winding, filled with trials that required understanding and acceptance. The demons were both obstacles and teachers, forcing one to brave the darkness within to emerge into the light. Meanwhile, in the Christian tradition, the devil reigns as the ultimate tormentor, a figure that casts a long shadow over the afterlife. Yet the portrayal of demons varies greatly. Some are fallen angels, once beautiful and now wretched, whispering temptations and sowing doubt. They are portrayed as guides on a dark journey, leading souls astray with promises of satisfaction and power. The fiery pits of hell, vivid and terrifying, become a backdrop where the souls of the damned are tormented by their choices. Yet even in this torment, there lies a strange hope. The demons, though fearsome, also served to remind the living of the path to salvation, creating an intricate dance between torment and redemption. As the sun set on each of these narratives, a common thread emerged. Demons were not solely harbingers of despair. They were complex beings woven into the fabric of the afterlife. They served as guides through the darkness, illuminating the consequences of one's actions while simultaneously reflecting the fears that reside within. An unsettling warmth crept into the hearts of those who pondered these tales, a reminder that every life was littered with choices leading to either redemption or ruin. The stories continued to evolve, merging with the beliefs of those who came after. In contemporary cultures, where the boundaries of traditional beliefs blur, the role of demons in the afterlife takes on new forms. In the vibrant tales shared around flickering campfires, they become metaphors for personal demons, representations of guilt, regret, and the haunting memories that linger long after a soul has departed. The line between guide and tormentor remains tantalizingly thin, creating a haunting echo that resonates through the ages. As the shadows lengthened and the last light of day faded, the curiosity about what lay beyond intensified. The tension built in the hearts of those who listened to the stories. Each tale served as a reminder of the choices they faced daily. With every whisper of a new belief, the threads of the past entwined with the present, leaving a lingering question that felt almost unbearable. What awaited them on the other side? Would they, too, meet their demons as guides or tormentors? The night grew darker, and the stories grew richer, filled with the complexities of human experience. Each belief held its own truths, each demon its own purpose, weaving a tapestry that beckoned those willing to confront the shadows that danced just beyond the light. The air crackled with anticipation, a promise of more to come, as the narrative swirled into a vortex of emotion, urging the listener to ponder their own path and the choices that would ultimately guide them through the daunting unknown. The wind howled through the darkened streets, carrying whispers of dread and wonder. Beneath the flickering glow of oil lamps, shadows danced like spirits, weaving tales of ancient beings that both nurtured life and brought death. In every corner of history, demons have lurked, their dual nature both fascinating and terrifying, embodying the very essence of life's fragility. In the dense forests of Mesopotamia, where the rivers whispered secrets to the reeds, a creature called Pazuzu was revered and feared in equal measure. With his fierce visage and the power to bring storms, he was a demon of the winds, yet he also held the key to fertility. Farmers prayed to Pazuzu, knowing that his wrath could destroy their harvest, but his favor could ensure a bountiful yield. People carved his image on amulets, and in doing so, they invited him to protect their crops while warding off the demons of disease. The contrast was stark. Life and death danced together, each waiting for the slightest misstep. As civilizations rose and fell, the duality of demons echoed through the ages. In ancient Egypt, the god Set was both a protector and a destroyer. Known as the god of chaos, he was feared for his fierce temperament. Yet without his presence, the waters of the Nile would not swell, and the land would remain a barren desert. Set was a force of nature, a reminder that creation often comes hand in hand with destruction. The Egyptians built magnificent temples to honor him, their vibrant murals depicting him as a guardian, a protector of the pharaohs, and a harbinger of storms that could sweep cities into the void. In the sun-scorched deserts of the American Southwest, the Hopi people spoke of the Kachinas, spirits that embodied all aspects of life. Some Kachinas were benevolent, bestowing rain and good harvests, while others carried the weight of drought and death. The Hopi performed intricate ceremonies, dancing in reverence to these spirits, acknowledging their power and the careful balance of existence. They understood that life could not flourish without the potential for death, and in their prayers, they wove hope and fear into the fabric of their daily existence. The air crackled with tension as the Roman Empire expanded, bringing with it tales of gods and demons intertwined. The figure of Hecate, a goddess revered and feared, stood at the crossroads of a life and death. She was a protector of women in childbirth, yet she also governed the underworld, guiding souls to their final resting places. The echoes of her chant could be heard in the stillness of the night, a haunting reminder that every new life came through the passage of pain, and every joy was shadowed by loss. Her worshippers lit candles in her honor, creating a circle of light amidst the darkness, a symbol of hope in a world fraught with uncertainty. Across the seas, in the lands of the Norse, legends of Loki spun tales of mischief and chaos. Known as a trickster, Loki was both a friend and foe to the gods. His actions often led to destruction, yet they also paved the way for new beginnings. When he orchestrated the death of Balder, the beloved god, the world fell into mourning. But from that grief arose a profound understanding of sacrifice and resurrection. The cycles of life played out like a haunting ballad, each note a reminder of the delicate balance between joy and sorrow, creation and ruin. Amidst the ashes of history, the stories of demons persisted, threading through the tapestry of humanity. In medieval Europe, tales of witches and demons morphed into the fabric of societal fears. The fear of the unknown often manifested in persecution, as communities sought to eliminate the darkness they perceived. Yet even in this darkness, the demons were painted as both tormentors and protectors. They became symbols of the inner struggles faced by individuals grappling with their desires, fears, and the heavy weight of existence. Each whispered incantation echoed with the knowledge that these demons were reflections of humanity itself. In the distant mountains of Tibet, the fierce deities known as wrathful ones emerged, protectors of the Dharma and destroyers of ignorance. Clad in flames, with eyes blazing like the sun, they were revered for their ability to annihilate obstacles on the path to enlightenment, yet they also represented the chaos within. The monks chanted their names, inviting the wrath of these beings to clear the path for the growth of wisdom. Standing in awe of the duality that made life both terrifying and beautiful. The clock ticked ominously as these tales of old wove together, creating a rich tapestry of belief and fear. Each culture, each story, spoke of the same truth. Life and death, creation and destruction, were inseparable. As the night deepened, the shadows began to merge, forming a collective consciousness that breathed with every heartbeat of the earth. In the far reaches of the universe, the ancient Sumerians believed that Tiamat, the primordial mother of chaos, birthed the gods but also threatened to obliterate them. Legends spoke of epic battles fought to contain her fury, yet her essence was inherently tied to existence itself. Life emerged from her depths, and death loomed like a specter, each cycle feeding into the next. The world spun on this axis of duality, a dance of chaos and order, echoing through eternity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows through the ancient ruins, the echoes of these stories lingered in the air, a haunting reminder that the line between creation and destruction is always blurred. The demons of history, both feared and revered, beckoned to all who dared to listen, reminding humanity of the fragility of life and the inevitability of death. They stood as guardians at the crossroads, creators of life and harbingers of death, their presence woven into the very fabric of existence, forever reminding the living of the delicate balance they tread. In the hushed stillness of a moonlit night, where shadows danced playfully across graves, a figure cloaked in darkness stood silently. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, and an eerie chill crept through the narrow streets of the old village. It was a night that whispered of endings and transformations, a night when the thin veil between the living and the dead fluttered like the wings of a restless bat. As people slept, ignorant of the encroaching dawn, the Grim Reaper was out collecting souls, a demon wrapped in the cloak of inevitability. The Grim Reaper was not merely a character of folklore, but an embodiment of humanity's deepest fears and desires. In ancient times, When the light of science flickered uncertainly against the dark backdrop of superstition, death was often seen as a demon, a ruthless hunter stalking the living. The Reaper was called by many names across cultures, yet his role remained the same, an inevitable harbinger of the end. Histories from the Egyptians to the Celts painted this figure not as a monster, but as a guide, a facilitator of transition from the earthly realm to whatever lay beyond. In the shadowy corners of medieval Europe, tales were spun around campfires, each whisper weaving the fabric of a world dominated by fear of the unknown. The Black Death swept through the continent like a vengeful spirit, claiming lives by the thousands. People painted the Reaper as a skeletal figure, a reminder that no one was immune to death's cold grasp. The thought of him lurking just beyond the periphery of life sent shivers down spines. Yet within that terror lay an undeniable truth. Death was universal. In that dark time, the Reaper's scythe became a symbol not only of destruction, but also of the inevitability that unites all humanity. As the plague ravaged towns, the Reaper was said to knock softly at doors, offering a choice, a contract sealed with a fleeting breath. Those who embraced their fate often found solace in the promise of peace that followed. It was rumored that he whispered to the dying, assuring them that death was not an end but a transformation. The grasp of fear faded as they felt the cool breath of the Reaper. "You have lived, now let go," he would say, a chilling yet comforting promise in a time when hope was as scarce as the sunlight that struggled to penetrate the clouds of despair. Even the famed artist Hans Holbein, with his haunting illustrations, captured the essence of the Grim Reaper, transforming him into an unsettling yet familiar figure. His skeletal form, draped in a tattered robe, became a mirror reflecting humanity's struggle against mortality. Holbein's work, rich with historical poignancy, evoked deep emotions, reminding people that life's fragility was a shared burden. The Reaper was both the artist and his canvas, evoking a spectrum of feelings from dread to acceptance. In the quiet moments when the village slept, the Reaper walked amongst them, unseen. He carried not just a scythe, but also the weight of countless souls. Those who had met him often spoke of a peculiar calm that accompanied their final moments. The fear that once clenched their hearts would release, giving way to an understanding that transcended their plight. Death, they learned, was not an enemy but a companion guiding them to the next chapter. Yet the Reaper was not without his adversaries. The witch hunts of the 16th century painted a picture of society's struggle against the unknown, where fear morphed into hysteria. Those accused of witchcraft were often the victims of death's brutal hand, labeled as consorts of the Reaper himself. In their desperation, villagers painted a portrait of death as a demon, a malevolent force that had to be vanquished. But in their fervor, they ignored the truth. The Reaper was not the cause of their suffering. He was merely the messenger, the inevitable force reminding them of their mortality. As the sun began to rise, casting a golden hue on the horizon, whispers of the Grim Reaper faded into the ether. Yet, even with the light of day, his presence lingered. The stories continued to flourish in the fabric of culture, popping up in literature and art, forever ensconced in the collective consciousness. Generations would speak of him with a mix of reverence and dread, both a comfort and a terror. In every tale told by the fire, the Reaper's role remained etched in time, a demon not of malice but of unwavering truth. Now, in a world where the scientific explanation of death has softened the edges of fear, the legend of the Grim Reaper still holds sway. He appears in countless forms, from the personification of death in video games to the chilling figure in horror movies. Each iteration serves as a reminder that we all face the same end. The Reaper, in his relentless duty, stands as a testament to life's fragility. He is the unanswered question at the back of every mind, a dark specter that ensures we appreciate the moments we have. As twilight descends once more, the Grim Reaper prepares to take up his eternal vigil. The shadows lengthen, wrapping around the world like a shroud, and he walks among the living, ever watchful. The stories will continue to rise and fall like the tide, each one echoing with the emotions of those who have come before. His presence is felt in the heartbeat of the earth, in the rustle of leaves, in the whispers of the wind. He is a reminder that while life is fleeting, it is also beautiful, full of moments to cherish. And so, as night envelops the land, the Grim Reaper remains, an enduring symbol of our shared fate, a companion in the shadows, waiting to guide souls across the threshold. In the depths of the night, when fear mingles with acceptance, he continues his timeless role, forever entwined with the very essence of existence. In the shadowy corners of ancient civilizations, where flickering torchlight danced against stone walls, whispers of immortality echoed like secrets too dangerous to utter aloud. Alchemy labs simmered with forbidden potions, while dark rituals took place under the cloak of night. Every civilization carried the weight of a singular, haunting desire, to escape the clutches of time, to outwit death itself. The quest for eternal life has always cast a long shadow, and lurking within that darkness were demons, both metaphorical and literal, who enticed humanity with promises that could lead to both glory and ruin. The ancient Egyptians, with their magnificent pyramids piercing the sky, believed in the afterlife as the ultimate destination. Yet, even in their dazzling tombs, a darker truth lingered. The Book of the Dead contained spells designed to protect the soul from demonic entities waiting to snatch it away. It was said that Anubis, the jackal-headed god, stood sentinel, yet demons like Ammit, the devourer, lurked, eager to consume the souls of the unworthy. Those who sought immortality through elaborate burial rites risked angering these creatures, sealing their fates in a macabre dance of power and despair. Across the Mediterranean, the Greeks wrestled with their own demons, both mythological and personal. The story of Tithonus, who was granted eternal life but not eternal youth, serves as a chilling reminder. He withered, beset by the ravages of time, a mere shadow of the vibrant man he once was. This myth illustrates an eternal truth. To seek immortality is to court desperation, a flirtation with forces that can twist one's very essence. The gods, capricious and unforgiving, often toyed with mortals, leading them to dark paths. Was it not the very desire for eternal life that opened the door to their downfall? In ancient Mesopotamia, the Epic of Gilgamesh told a tale that transcended millennia. Gilgamesh, a king who sought the secret of immortality after the death of his friend Enkidu, embarked on a perilous journey. He met Utnapishtim, the immortal flood survivor who revealed that the gods had placed a finality on human life. Yet Gilgamesh's quest was riddled with encounters with demons, both within and without. Fear, despair, and insatiable longing became his constant companions, as he realized that the very pursuit of eternal life could plunge one into the depths of madness. In the East, the Chinese have long revered the concept of immortality as a divine gift, often linked to Taoist beliefs. The elixir of life, said to grant eternal youth, became a legendary pursuit. However, historical records tell of alchemists who, in their desperate quest, fell victim to their own creations. The demons of hubris and greed shadowed their every step, turning dreams of longevity into nightmares as they consumed toxic potions, sealing their fates in chaos and ruin. As time flowed like a river, the Middle Ages brought forth a different kind of immortality myth. In the dim light of candlelit monasteries, monks scribbled texts illuminating the battle against death. Yet, lurking in these manuscripts were warnings about the demons of temptation and despair. The Faustian bargain, where one sells their soul for knowledge, power, or eternal life, became a cautionary tale. Faust, a scholar who dared to defy the limits of mortality, found himself ensnared in a web woven by Mephistopheles, a demon who offered everything but left a trail of destruction in his wake. The Renaissance ignited a fervor for knowledge, art, and the human condition, but the quest for immortality took on new shapes. Alchemists in their hidden laboratories sought the philosopher's stone, a mythical substance that promised not just immortality, but the power to transmute base metals into gold. Yet, as they delved deeper into their studies, they faced demons of madness and despair. The fine line between genius and lunacy blurred, leading many to tragic ends, consumed by their insatiable hunger for more. In more recent centuries, tales of vampires and their unquenchable thirst for blood emerged, rooted in the timeless fear of death and the seductive allure of eternal life. The vampire lore, steeped in ancient myths, revealed demons that walked among mortals, tempting them with immortality at a horrific price. Count Dracula, the archetypal vampire, became a symbol of both desire and destruction. He roamed the night, seeking not just blood, but the very essence of life itself, forever trapped in a cycle of longing and loss. Even in the modern age, the myth of immortality remains alive and well, entwined with technology and science. The quest for anti-aging treatments and genetic engineering echoes a long-standing desire to conquer death. Yet the specter of demons persists, manifesting as ethical dilemmas and unforeseen consequences. The line between human and machine blurs, raising questions about the very nature of existence. What price are we willing to pay for a chance at eternal life? Are we inviting demons of our own making into our lives, tempting fate with every choice? Throughout history, the quest for immortality has served as a mirror reflecting humanity's deepest fears and desires. It is a tale as old as time, where the allure of eternal life dances with the shadows of demons. With every step taken toward the promise of forever, the specter of despair looms larger, and the line between salvation and damnation becomes increasingly blurred. Each civilization, each myth, adds another thread to this intricate tapestry of longing, illuminating the dark corners where the eternal and the ephemeral meet, drawing humanity ever closer to the edge of oblivion. In the flickering light of a dying fire, shadows danced on the walls, whispering tales of long-forgotten souls. The air was thick with a palpable tension, as though the very fabric of reality was tearing apart. It was in this chilling atmosphere that one could almost hear the echo of footsteps that belonged not to the living, but to the denizens of the abyss. This is where demons linger, where their teachings haunt the edges of human consciousness, lingering like a sinister perfume. Throughout history, demons have been woven into the fabric of literature, captivating and terrifying readers with their unholy wisdom. They are not merely figments of imagination, they are reflections of our deepest fears, our darkest desires. From ancient scrolls to modern novels, these malevolent beings offer unsettling insights into mortality, challenging the very essence of what it means to be human. In medieval Europe, the devil was often depicted as a cunning trickster, a master of temptation. Every story carried a warning. Straying from the path of righteousness could lead to dire consequences. Take, for instance, the tale of Faust, who sold his soul for knowledge and pleasure. His tragic fate serves as a grim reminder of the price of hubris. In exchanging the eternal for fleeting satisfaction, Faust becomes a specter of despair, a cautionary figure of what awaits those who dare to defy the natural order. This theme echoes through the ages, reverberating in the works of John Milton's Paradise Lost. Here, demons are not just instruments of chaos but also profound teachers of moral lessons. Satan, the fallen angel, embodies ambition and rebellion. His journey from grace to damnation illustrates the fragility of virtue and the seductive nature of power. The stark contrast between the divine and the infernal invites readers to ponder their own choices and the weight of their consequences. The notion of demons as harbingers of mortality stretches far beyond Western literature. In ancient Mesopotamian myths, figures like Pazuzu, a demon of the wind, were invoked to ward off disease and misfortune. He was a complex character. His very existence reminded humanity of the thin line between life and death. The ancient Sumerians understood that to confront these dark forces was to confront their own mortality. They painted their tales with the brush of fear, knowing that to ignore the lessons of the shadows could lead to their demise. Across the sea, in the rich tapestry of Japanese folklore, demons known as yokai embody the uncertainties of life itself. They can be mischievous or malevolent, yet they often serve as cautionary symbols. In the stories of the yokai, one finds the essence of mortality woven into every encounter. The kitsune, a shape-shifting fox spirit, blurs the lines between life and death, deception and truth. These tales resonate with the understanding that life is fragile and the unseen forces that govern it must not be taken lightly. The ghostly figures of literature often reflect our fear of the unknown, of what lies beyond the veil of death. In Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, the creature, stitched together from the remnants of the dead, embodies humanity's hubris and the desperate quest for immortality. His tragic existence serves as a haunting reminder. To tamper with life and death invites chaos. Shelley's work resonates with the horror of mortality, revealing that even the act of creation can lead to despair and destruction. Not confined to ancient or classic texts, the exploration of demons in literature continues to thrive in contemporary works. Stephen King's It brings forth Pennywise, an entity that feeds on fear and despair. This malevolent being thrives in the shadows, reminding us that our own inner demons can devour us whole if left unchecked. The children in Derry face their mortality, not just through the physical horror of Pennywise, but also through the emotional trauma that binds them. King's narrative deftly illustrates how demons can emerge from the very fabric of human experience, teaching us that confronting our fears is essential to confronting our mortality. Yet, it's not solely in the guise of horror that demons impart their lessons. In Dante Alighieri's Divine Comedy, demons serve as guardians of the infernal realms, delineating the consequences of sin. Each circle of hell is populated by lost souls, and their punishments serve as moral lessons for the living. Dante's vivid imagery compels readers to reflect on their own choices, creating a bridge between the earthly and the ethereal. Mortality looms large in his work, underscoring that every action has a price, one that may echo through eternity. The tension builds as the narratives unfold, revealing the layers of human emotion intertwined with the teachings of demons. Characters wrestle with their fates. They dance on the edge of despair, grappling with their own mortality. The stories refuse to allow readers to look away, each page turning with the urgency of a heartbeat. Hints of darkness lurk in every corner, echoing the universal truth that demons, whether literal or metaphorical, embody the struggles we face as mortals. Through the ages, the teachings of demons have evolved yet remained constant in their core message: the fragility of life, the consequences of our choices, and the ever-present specter of death. As readers encounter these literary demons, they are reminded of their own humanity, the fears that bind them, and the fleeting nature of their existence. The stories never truly end. They loop back upon themselves, creating a tapestry of emotion that leaves an indelible mark. The shadows continue to whisper, and the fire crackles, urging the next tale to unfold, ensuring that the dance between light and darkness, life and death, remains eternally captivating. The flickering candlelight cast long shadows on the cold stone walls of an ancient chapel. In the stillness, whispers of the past seem to seep through the cracks, as if the very air held the weight of untold stories. The scent of incense mingled with the dampness of the floor, creating a haunting atmosphere. Here, the first demonic icons began to emerge in the context of death, echoing through time with chilling clarity. As the centuries turned, a tapestry of fear and reverence took shape. In ancient Mesopotamia, The underworld was ruled by terrifying deities. Ereshkigal, the goddess of the dead, was often depicted with a fierce countenance, her eyes full of suffering and wrath. People believed that crossing her path could seal their fate, dragging them into the darkness of the afterlife. Carvings on clay tablets show her surrounded by twisted figures, embodiments of despair, illustrating a world where death was not an end, but a harrowing passage to torment. In Egypt, the gods of death and the afterlife took on a different guise. Osiris, the green-skinned god, represented rebirth but was always shadowed by Set, the god of chaos and destruction. This duality of life and death echoed through the grand architecture of the pyramids, where the dead were often guarded by fierce creatures. The Book of the Dead was filled with images of these demonic guardians, ready to consume the souls of the unworthy. Each illustration told a story of judgment, where the heart was weighed against a feather, the ultimate test between light and darkness. Moving forward in time, the chilling presence of demons became increasingly prominent in Christian narratives. In the Middle Ages, death was not merely a transition but a confrontation with malevolent forces. The grim reaper, cloaked in shadows and wielding a scythe, became an icon of inevitability and dread. This figure symbolized a direct relationship between death and the demonic, as each soul faced the prospect of eternal damnation. The illustrations in illuminated manuscripts revealed grotesque depictions of hell, alive with shrieking figures and fiery pits, where the damned were tormented by grotesque beasts, each one a manifestation of sin. The Renaissance breathed new life into these icons, giving them a more artistic flair, yet deepening their horror. Artists like Hieronymus Bosch unleashed their nightmares onto canvas. In The Garden of Earthly Delights, demons danced and cavorted around the damned, their faces twisted in glee as they feasted on the souls of the lost. The juxtaposition of beauty and horror left viewers trembling, torn between the allure of the earthly and the terrifying consequences of the afterlife. Each brushstroke told a story, beckoning the viewer to confront the darkness within. As the Enlightenment rolled in, the fear of the unknown morphed into a fascination with death itself. Gothic literature emerged, weaving tales of haunted castles and tormented souls. In this era, the figure of the vampire rose to prominence, embodying the seductive yet sinister nature of death. With the likes of Bram Stoker's Dracula, the demonic transformed into something almost charismatic, blurring the lines between horror and allure. The vampire's immortality was a perverse mockery of the finality of death, tugging at the very fabric of human existence. The Industrial Revolution brought a stark change, as death became more clinical, yet the icons of demons persisted. The mass graves of the cholera epidemics were marked by crude carvings, reminders of mortality that echoed the fears of those left behind. In Victorian England, death was both a taboo and a spectacle. Mourning jewelry adorned with images of skulls and angels spoke of duality, a fierce reminder that love could exist side by side with the specter of death. The demons became embodiments of grief, haunting the living with their unfulfilled desires and lost hopes. As the 20th century approached, the shadows deepened. The horrors of the world wars brought forth a new breed of demonic imagery. The atrocities committed in the name of power birthed symbols of despair. The concentration camps became hell on earth, where the faces of the damned reflected the darkest corners of humanity. Artists and writers rose to the occasion, capturing this trauma in their works. The demons were no longer just mythological. They became personifications of war, hatred, and loss, lurking in the corners of the human psyche. Yet, even amidst this darkness, the human spirit flickered defiantly. The late 20th century saw a resurgence of interest in the occult, with films and literature reviving the classic demonic icons. Movies like The Exorcist and The Omen reignited old fears, drawing on the rich tapestry of past narratives. demons were no longer just ancient beings. They became reflections of our deepest anxieties, our struggles with morality and identity. The line between good and evil blurred in the faces of these icons, making them more relatable yet more terrifying. With the dawn of the 21st century, the demonic icons evolved once more. The digital age birthed a new platform for these manifestations of fear. Video games and online storytelling allowed the demonic to seep into the lives of millions, creating immersive experiences that forced players to confront their fears head-on. The demons were no longer just confined to ancient texts or paintings. They became instantaneously accessible, lurking behind every screen, ready to strike. Throughout history, these icons of death and the demonic have morphed, yet their essence remains unchanged. They serve as mirrors reflecting our deepest fears and desires. The shadows that once danced in candlelight now flicker brightly in the harsh light of modernity, a reminder that mortality is a story woven with threads of fear, power, and the unknown. Each era leaves its imprint, carving new figures into the collective consciousness, ensuring that the dance between life and death, light and darkness continues, an eternal cycle where the demonic remains ever present, waiting for the moment to reclaim its throne in the narratives of the living. Somewhere in the dim light of a medieval chapel, the flicker of candle flames danced against the stone walls, casting shadows that twisted and turned like restless spirits. The air was thick with incense, and the hushed whispers of the congregation filled the room, each prayer an urgent plea for salvation. Outside, the world was a swirl of darkness and fear, where the unknown loomed like a heavy fog, and tales of demons and the afterlife fueled nightmares. Christian doctrine had begun to seep into the everyday fears of people, reshaping their understanding of life, death, and what lay beyond. In those days, when life was fragile and death often lingered just a breath away, the belief in demons was not merely a superstition, it was a palpable reality. The Church, with its powerful influence, took hold of these fears and molded them into a narrative that would send shivers down spines and shape entire communities. From the pulpit, priests preached of the devil, a cunning figure lurking in the shadows, waiting to ensnare the unwary. This wasn't just rhetoric, it was a warning. The faithful believed that every misfortune was the work of malevolent spirits, and every sin drew them closer to eternal damnation. The chilling tales of the devil were accompanied by vivid imagery of hellfire and punishment. The Church painted a picture of life after death that was stark and terrifying. Hell was not merely a metaphorical space, it was a real place where sinners would suffer for eternity. This stark view of the afterlife encouraged people to remain pious, to follow the teachings of Christ, and to seek forgiveness for their sins. Fear was a powerful motivator, and the Church wielded it like a sword, driving a wedge between the earthly and the otherworldly. As the years turned into centuries, the influence of Christianity seeped deeper into the cultural fabric of Europe. The tales of demons evolved, morphing into grotesque figures that haunted the nightmares of ordinary people. In an age where ignorance often thrived, these terrifying stories spread like wildfire. While some saw them as mere tales, others took them to heart, believing that demons roamed freely, preying on the weak and the sinful. The stories told around the fire at night grew darker, feeding an insatiable appetite for fear. St. Augustine, one of the most influential theologians of the early Church, argued that demons existed to lead souls astray. His writings emphasize the battle between good and evil, painting a vivid picture of the spiritual warfare that transpired beyond mortal eyes. This notion seeped into the thoughts of the faithful, whispering that every struggle in life was a reflection of a greater battle. As people grappled with their own fears and doubts, the figure of the demon became a symbol of their struggles, a tangible manifestation of the darkness that threatened to engulf them. As Christianity spread, it encountered a variety of local beliefs and traditions. Rather than obliterating these customs, the Church often adapted them, weaving Christian beliefs into pre-existing frameworks. In many cultures, the spirits of the dead were revered, honored, and feared. The Church, however, sought to redefine these beliefs. Those who once celebrated their ancestors were now warned that the spirits could be demonic, leading the living away from the light of Christ. This shift not only changed how death was perceived, but also how the living interacted with their deceased loved ones. In monasteries, where monks dedicated their lives to prayer and reflection, the supernatural was a constant presence. Monks documented encounters with demons, weaving tales of exorcisms and miraculous interventions. These accounts, filled with unsettling details, served as both warnings and proof of the Church's authority over evil. The stories traveled beyond the cloistered walls, igniting fears in the hearts of the faithful. People learned that a simple misstep could invite demons into their lives, lurking in the shadows, waiting for a moment of weakness. The dramatic rise of witch hunts in the late medieval period was a horrifying manifestation of these beliefs. As fear gripped communities, those deemed different or suspicious were often labeled as witches, believed to have made pacts with the devil. The Church's influence stoked the flames, leading to brutal trials and executions. Women, and sometimes men, faced unimaginable torture, driven by the fear that demons walked among them, whispering lies and turning the innocent into servants of evil. The very fabric of society began to fray as paranoia took root and every neighbor became a potential threat. As the years slipped into the Reformation, a seismic shift occurred. Different sects began to interpret demonology and death beliefs in various ways. Some church leaders attempted to strip away the fear, emphasizing God's mercy over the terror of damnation. Yet this was a dangerous game. The fear of demons had become ingrained in society, forming a dark undercurrent in the beliefs of a people still grappling with the aftershocks of centuries of terror. Amidst these swirling beliefs, the nature of death itself was transformed. The hope of resurrection was intertwined with the dread of falling into the clutches of the devil. The faithful were urged to live righteously, to seek absolution, and to cling to the promise of heaven. Yet, in the stillness of night, when the flicker of candles cast eerie shadows on the walls, those same faithful whispered their fears in prayer, praying that they would be counted among the saved and not among the damned. Through the ages, the influence of Christianity on demonology and death beliefs created a powerful tapestry that linked fear, faith, and the supernatural. The relentless grip of this fear was not easily shaken, and it weaved through the lives of common people, shaping their views of morality, sin, and the afterlife. Each tale of a demon, each story of a witch, served as a reminder of the thin line between the sacred and the profane, pulling the faithful closer to the Church while pushing them away from the very lives they sought to protect. As the candles flickered in that ancient chapel, casting haunting shadows that danced in time with the tremors of fear and faith, the echoes of history lingered in the air. The age-old struggle between good and evil played out in the hearts and souls of the living, each whisper a reminder of the delicate balance they walked, a balance that would continue to sway, inviting the next chapter of their torment and hope. And just beyond the stone walls, the world continued to spin, oblivious to the invisible battles raging within the hearts of its people, forever caught in the web of belief that had taken root and would never let go. The air crackled with tension, a whisper of shadows dancing along the edges of the flickering candlelight. In the stillness of the ancient temple, the statues of serene deities seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Outside, the howling wind carried tales of demons, a haunting melody from a world just beyond human comprehension. On this night, the lines between the sacred and the profane blurred, as the ancient texts spoke of beings both feared and revered. In the rich tapestry of Buddhism and Hinduism, demons are not mere figures of nightmares. They embody deeper truths about the human experience. The asuras, powerful but often misguided beings from Hindu lore, roamed the vastness of the cosmos, their struggles against the devas symbolizing the eternal conflict between light and darkness. These demons were not just enemies, they were reflections of human desires and fears. With every battle, they revealed the flaws of ambition and the consequences of unchecked power. Take Ravana, the 10-headed king of Lanka, whose insatiable thirst for knowledge and strength led him down a path of destruction. His story, woven into the epic Ramayana, is a reminder of how wisdom can be twisted into folly. Each head of Ravana represented a different aspect of his personality, a brilliant strategist, yet a tyrant who dared to challenge the divine. As he faced off against Rama, the embodiment of Dharma, their clash echoed through the ages, a timeless struggle that resonated within the hearts of those who dared to dream. Buddhism, with its emphasis on overcoming suffering, offered its own interpretation of demons. Mara, the tempter, lurked in the shadows of the mind, whispering doubts and desires into the ears of practitioners. His presence was felt during the Buddha's enlightenment, a fierce reminder that the greatest battles are often fought within. Mara summoned visions of fear and temptation, a dark reflection of the struggles faced by every person seeking peace. Yet, the Buddha's unwavering resolve transformed Mara's attacks into mere illusions, teaching that demons could be conquered not with swords, but with wisdom and understanding. In the quiet of meditation, a practitioner might feel the icy grip of Mara, pulling them back into the chaos of the world. The fear of failure, the temptation of distraction, these were the demons that haunted every soul. But with each breath, each moment of clarity, those shadows began to dissolve, revealing the light that exists within. The journey to enlightenment was fraught with peril, yet it was the very presence of these demons that propelled individuals toward growth. The stories of demons in these Eastern traditions are steeped in rich history, tracing back to ancient times when oral traditions painted vivid images of both fearsome and fascinating beings. The origins of these tales lie nestled within the soil of cultural evolution, where myths morphed and adapted, reflecting the values and struggles of the people. In Buddhist art, Mara is often depicted with a sinister grin, surrounded by voluptuous temptations, an embodiment of earthly desires that ensnare the soul. The intricate murals of cave temples, adorned with vibrant hues, tell stories of these encounters, capturing the essence of the battle between desire and detachment. Each brushstroke echoes the words of sages who understood that the path to liberation was riddled with obstacles, personified by the very demons that haunted their minds. Across the miles and centuries, the narratives intertwined, creating a rich fabric of belief that shaped cultures and communities. In Hindu rituals, offerings to placate the asuras were made, a way of acknowledging the darkness within as part of the greater whole. It was believed that to conquer one's demons, one must first recognize them, engage with them, and ultimately transform them into allies. As the flickering candle burned lower, shadows danced across the walls of the temple, creating an almost theatrical spectacle. In that moment, the lines between the physical and spiritual faded. The ancient texts whispered on the wind, speaking of the eternal cycle of creation and destruction, of demons and deities. The stories of Asuras and Mara were not just tales of the past. They were alive, pulsing with the energy of human experience. In the heart of the mountains where the first teachings were shared, monks gathered by the light of dawn, their chants rising like smoke into the sky. They sang of demons, not as foes to be vanquished, but as parts of the human condition to be understood. Each recitation brought forth an awareness of the internal struggles faced by all beings. The air thickened with unspoken truths, the very essence of life and death, joy and sorrow intertwined. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow across the landscape, a sense of expectation hung in the air. Those who sought wisdom understood that the journey was not about eradicating demons, but embracing them. The stories of demons in Buddhism and Hinduism are not merely cautionary tales. They are invitations to reflect on one's own life, to confront the shadows lurking in the corners of the mind and heart. The candle flickered one last time, illuminating the faces of those who gathered, their eyes wide with understanding. The demons were part of their journey, the challenges they faced each day. In this moment, they realized that to confront the darkness was to walk the path toward inner peace. As the night deepened, the stories continued to weave themselves, creating a tapestry of hope and struggle, forever binding the human experience in an endless loop of revelation and enlightenment. A chilling wind howled through the empty streets, carrying whispers of those who had crossed into the unknown. A flickering lantern cast long shadows against the cobblestone paths, illuminating the grave markers standing solemnly in the cemetery. Here, death was not simply an end, but a doorway, a passageway fraught with mystery, steeped in the interplay of science and the sinister beliefs that lingered in the hearts of the living. In the 17th century, as the plague swept through Europe like a dark tide, fear wrapped around towns like a shroud. Bodies piled high, and the air thickened with the scent of decay. Medical practitioners, clad in their beaked masks filled with herbs, stood at the edge of desperation, desperate to understand the terrible force that claimed lives so mercilessly. They tried to rationalize the chaos, tracing sickness to miasmas and bad air, but in the shadows, another force brewed. The specter of demonology loomed large, entwining itself with the burgeoning field of medicine. In remote villages, tales of witchcraft and pacts with the devil echoed in the hushed tones of candlelit homes. The townsfolk, gripped by paranoia, watched their neighbors with suspicion, convinced that unseen powers were at work. It was a perilous dance of science trying to break free from the iron grasp of superstition. The bodies that filled the graves were not just victims of illness. They were seen as offerings, sacrifices to malevolent spirits who demanded their due. As night fell, the air crackled with tension. In a small laboratory, candlelight flickered against the walls, illuminating the fraught expressions of scholars huddled over their scrolls and instruments. They debated fiercely, voices rising in a crescendo of passion and fear. One man, a brave soul named Paracelsus, stood at the forefront, challenging the dogmas of the day. "The body is not merely a vessel," he proclaimed, "but a complex machine. Understanding it could conquer the darkness." His fervor ignited hope, but the murmurs of dissent followed him like a dark cloud. Meanwhile, in the town square, a figure draped in a cloak of shadows whispered incantations, summoning spirits from the beyond. The townsfolk gathered, drawn to the spectacle, their fear transforming into a morbid curiosity. They longed to peer behind the veil that separated life from death, to confront the demons they believed lurked in the stillness of night. As the spectral figure raised her arms, a gust of wind swept through the crowd, chilling them to the bone. Gasps filled the air, and eyes widened in horror and fascination. Throughout history, death has been a bridge between the known and the unknown, and the line separating science from the supernatural has always been thin. In the dark corridors of academia, scholars wrestled with their own fears as they pursued knowledge. They observed the human body, dissecting it in a desperate attempt to understand its secrets. But with each revelation came a deeper fear of what lay beyond the grave. Could their work summon the wrath of the demons they sought to dismiss? The witch trials of the late 16th century highlighted the deadly intersection of scientific thought and demonology. Women and men who dared to tread too closely to the mysteries of life and death found themselves accused of witchcraft. The fear of the unknown consumed societies, and the gallows became a grim testament to ignorance. A young healer, skilled in herbal remedies, was dragged into the square under the weight of accusation, her hands trembling. "I only wish to heal," she pleaded, but the mob was deafened by their own fears, their minds clouded by dark fantasies of demons lurking in the shadows. As science began to carve out its own identity, The clash with the supernatural intensified. The Enlightenment sparked a profound shift, where reason and observation fought against the tides of superstition. Yet the specter of death remained a tantalizing enigma. The notion that the soul could linger, trapped between worlds, raised questions that even the brightest minds struggled to answer. In candlelit rooms, philosophers pondered the implications of life after death. If a soul existed, what power did it possess? Did it harbor the ability to torment the living? Their discussions grew fevered, eventually attracting the attention of dark forces. One night, amidst the flickering shadows, a scholar named Descartes began to question his own thoughts. Could this be my mind playing tricks? He wondered as he felt an icy breath at his neck, the unmistakable presence of something otherworldly. The horror did not remain confined to the imagination. Reports of strange occurrences began to circulate. Families claimed to hear voices calling from the grave, loved ones insisting they had seen spirits hovering near the places where the dead rested. Science struggled to explain these phenomena, leaning on rationality while feeling the tug of an inexplicable terror. Each story fed the flame of superstition, and the divide between science and demonology grew ever more complex. The 18th century brought forth new ideas, yet the fear of death lingered like a dark specter. The advent of anatomy and the understanding of the human body led to unprecedented medical advancements. However, with each advancement came the haunting question: was the body merely a vessel, or was it something more? As they pried into the secrets of life, doctors became unwittingly intertwined with the very beliefs they sought to dismantle. In dimly lit lecture halls, students gathered, their hearts racing with anticipation. They learned to dissect corpses, to unlock the mysteries of the human heart and mind. Still, a shiver would dance down their spines as they imagined the souls of the departed watching from the shadows, judging their audacity to unearth the secrets of death itself. Whispers of demonology echoed in their minds, a reminder that ignorance could bring about the wrath of forces they could neither see nor understand. In this delicate balance, the intersection of science and demonology became a crucible of emotion, igniting passions that transcended mere inquiry. The fear of death and the desire to conquer it fueled a relentless pursuit of knowledge, a quest that would not be easily silenced. As scholars grappled with their discoveries, they found themselves standing on the precipice of understanding, where the known and the unknown entwined in a haunting dance, forever seeking answers in the shadowy depths of existence. Each revelation brought with it a new dread, a reminder that the dark corners of the human experience could never be fully illuminated. As the cold night pressed on, the lanterns flickered, casting eerie shadows that whispered secrets long buried, leading the way into the next chapter of this haunting saga. In the dim light of a candlelit room, a figure trembled alone, her breath quickening as shadows danced along the walls. The air thickened with an unspeakable dread, a palpable tension that seemed to whisper fear into the very marrow of her bones. The old wooden chair creaked ominously as she shifted, her mind racing with thoughts of what lay beyond the veil of life. Was there truly a world filled with demons, laughing and waiting? Was death merely a passage, or something far worse, a doorway to a realm of eternal torment? Throughout history, humanity has battled with an unshakable fear, the fear of death. This ancient terror, often entwined with the belief in a sinister spiritual realm, gave rise to rituals and practices meant to confront the darkness. Exorcism emerged as a powerful response to this fear, a desperate attempt to wrestle back control from the malevolent forces believed to linger just beyond the physical world. It wasn't just about freeing the possessed. It was about confronting the very essence of mortal dread. In ancient Rome, as candles flickered and incense wafted through the air, priests and priestesses would chant sacred words to expel unwanted spirits. The act was fraught with danger. A misstep could invite a demon to take root in the living. The air held a chill as if the very walls were listening, watching, waiting, Many believed that demons were the souls of the unburied or the cursed. They lurked, eager to snatch away the living, to pull them screaming into the void. Fast forward to the Middle Ages, where the Church tightened its grip on the fear of death. The Black Death swept across Europe, leaving a wake of despair and dread. With every toll of the church bell, communities would gather, praying fervently, desperate for deliverance from both the plague and the demons that were said to ride in on its waves. It was a time when exorcism was not merely a matter of religious duty. It was a lifeline for the tormented and the terrified. Priests wielded crosses and holy water, their eyes fierce with conviction, as they confronted fiendish entities believed to dwell within the afflicted. One such story, whispered through the ages, concerns a village in Germany. A young girl, pale and wide-eyed, began to speak in tongues, her voice deepening into guttural growls that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared listen. Villagers recoiled, casting fearful glances at one another. What had happened to their sweet child? The priest arrived with his holy relics, but the air was thick with something more than just fear. It was the scent of desperation, mingled with the scent of burning sage. The girl thrashed and screamed, her body contorting in ways that defied natural law. Each cry echoed the fear that had long haunted the villagers, that death was not an end, but a perilous journey into a landscape filled with demons waiting to ensnare the unwary. In the crucible of this mental battleground, exorcism became a rite rooted in the deepest fears of the human spirit. It was not merely an act of healing, it was a confrontation with the darkest corners of the soul. The priest, wielding the power of faith, stood as the last bastion against the encroaching shadows. Every prayer was a sword, every holy word a shield against the creeping dread of loss, the ultimate fear that one day death would claim them all, leaving nothing but hollow shells behind. As centuries rolled into one another, the world continued to grapple with the duality of life and death. In the 20th century, the fear morphed, but never disappeared. Exorcisms took on a new face, combining ancient rituals with modern psychology. A case in the 1970s shocked the world, an alleged possession that brought the darkest fears of humanity back into the light. The story of Emily Rose captured the hearts of many, and the film adaptation only fueled the flames of interest. How could one explain the unexplainable? The fear surged as it became clear that the spiritual realm was not just a relic of the past, but a living, breathing entity that haunted the edges of existence. People flocked to churches, seeking solace and protection from the demons they believed were waiting to pounce. With every whispered prayer, the fear of death lingered like a specter in the shadows, reminding everyone that mortality was a fleeting gift. In the flickering candlelight, the prayers rose, weaving through the air like tendrils of smoke, reaching for something beyond, the hope of salvation, the desire for peace, a desperate plea for liberation from the chains of fear that bound them to a world full of darkness. But the unknown terrified them. The demons became symbols of the many ways death could creep in, stealing not just life, but peace of mind. The question lingered. If demons could possess the living, what awaited them on the other side? The thought alone could cause hearts to race, leaving minds spiraling into a pit of despair. The very act of exorcism became a paradox. Was it a true battle against evil, or merely a desperate grasp for hope in the face of inevitable mortality? In every story of exorcism, a thread of human experience runs deep: fear, desperation, hope, and the eternal battle against the unknown. As the candle flames flickered, casting eerie shadows that looked like grasping hands, one could almost hear the whispers of the past echoing through time. The fear of death remained as an ever-present shadow, a constant reminder that life teeters on the brink of something far darker, waiting just beyond the thin veil of existence. And thus the cycle continued, the dance between light and darkness, life and death, with exorcisms acting as the fragile bridge between the two. each story a thread, weaving a tapestry of human emotion, a pulse that beat in time with the heart of all who dared to confront their fears. Clinging to the hope that one day they might emerge victorious, unscathed by the demons that lurked in the shadows. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows on the stone walls, creating shapes that twisted and morphed into grotesque forms. A whisper echoed through the dimly lit chamber, a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, chilling the spines of all who listened. In ancient times, demons were not merely characters of myth. They were the embodiment of humanity's greatest fears, shaping the way people understood life, death, and the moral choices that lay between. Take, for example, the chilling tale of a medieval town plagued by a series of mysterious deaths. The townsfolk spoke in hushed tones of a shadowy figure that roamed the streets at night, its presence heralded by a cold wind that sent shivers through the bravest of hearts. They believed this figure was a demon, feeding off the fear and despair that spread like wildfire among them. In the face of such darkness, their ethical beliefs began to shift. Life became a precious commodity, something to be fiercely protected, while death morphed into a terrifying specter, a consequence of moral failure that could be summoned by sins left unconfessed. This fear of demons painted vivid pictures in the minds of the people. They began to view their choices through a lens of eternal consequence, believing that every action created ripples that could either draw them closer to salvation or plunge them into the depths of despair. The idea that demons could influence their fates made them reconsider the value of life itself. No longer was it a given. It was a battleground for their souls. The stakes were raised, and the simple act of living became a complex dance between virtue and vice. In the distant lands of ancient Mesopotamia, the fear of demonic entities shaped entire civilizations. The Sumerians believed that demons were not merely punishment from the gods but reflections of human shortcomings. They crafted intricate rituals aimed at appeasing these spirits, hoping to secure their favor. Each sacrifice, each offering, was a statement of their ethical stance on life and death. To them, death was not an end, but a transition to a world where they would either find peace or face the demons they had allowed to fester within. The demons of legend grew more complex, embodying the darker aspects of human nature. As Christianity spread through Europe, the narrative shifted. Demons became agents of temptation, leading the faithful astray. The story of Faust, a man who sells his soul to the devil for knowledge and power, became emblematic of the struggle between ethical living and the seductive allure of sin. This tale resonated deeply, and it ignited a moral revolution, forcing people to confront the consequences of their choices. Life became a test of character. With the specter of death looming ever closer, a reminder that each choice could mean salvation or damnation. In the witch trials of the 16th and 17th centuries, demons played a pivotal role in shaping societal values. Those accused of witchcraft were believed to be in league with the devil, their very existence a threat to the moral fabric of society. The fear of demons morphed into a weapon, used to justify the brutal persecution of those deemed different or dangerous. Life was weighed against the potential for moral corruption, and death became a necessary purge, a means to rid the world of perceived evil. The ethical implications were profound. Humanity was forced to grapple with the consequences of fear-driven actions, questioning the very nature of good and evil. As the ages passed, the narrative around demons and ethics evolved into something darker yet more intricate. The Industrial Revolution brought with it a new breed of demons, those of greed and ambition. The relentless pursuit of progress often left destruction in its wake, and the ethical dilemmas of life and death took on a different hue. People became mere cogs in a vast machine, their lives reduced to numbers on a ledger. In this world, demons morphed into capitalist forces, exploiting human suffering for profit. The struggle for ethical living became even more fraught, as individuals face the choice between survival and the moral abyss. In the shadows of modernity, the concepts surrounding demons continued to shape ethical views. The Holocaust, a dark chapter in human history, saw the manifestation of true evil, where the demonic was not confined to myth, but was a reality born from hatred and indifference. The perpetrators often justified their actions through a warped ethical lens, believing they were purifying society. The lessons learned from this horror forced humanity to reconsider the very essence of morality, life, and death. Demons became synonymous with the darkest facets of human behavior, haunting the conscience of those who dared to look away. The echoes of these historical narratives reverberate through the ages, shaping contemporary views on ethics. Today, the specter of demons still lingers, morphing into new forms as society grapples with issues of life, death, and everything in between. The choices humans make are still shadowed by the age-old struggle between light and dark, good and evil. Every decision carries weight, every action has consequence, and the ethical landscape remains fraught with tension. As individuals navigate this complex world, the role of demons in shaping ethical views becomes a compelling force, one that challenges them to confront their own fears and desires. The shadows of the past loom large, twisting ethical beliefs and compelling humanity to reflect on the nature of existence itself. The dance between life and death continues, a delicate balance influenced by the ever-present question: what lurks in the shadows, and how far are we willing to go to keep the demons at bay? A chilling thought, isn't it? But the story does not end here. It stretches beyond the grasp of our understanding, tempting us with the promise of deeper truths waiting to be revealed. The wind howled through the darkened alley, swirling leaves and shadows into a chaotic dance, as if the very air was alive with restless spirits. A faint glow flickered from a worn-out lantern, illuminating a figure hunched over an ancient tome. The words etched in the pages were not mere ink. They were whispers of centuries, tales of terror that had slipped through the cracks of time. Here, demons were not just figments of nightmares. They were reflections of human frailty, mirrors that held the weight of mortality in their grasp. Modern portrayals of demons pulse through films, literature, and art, often with a seductive charm that lures the unwary. These representations don't just scare, they reveal raw truths about the human condition. In a world captivated by the supernatural, demons serve as poignant reminders of our own inevitable decline. They embody the struggles we face, the sins we hide, and the dark corners of the soul that we dare not acknowledge. Take the chilling image of the demon from the shadows of your favorite horror movie. Its eyes glimmer with a haunting light, an abyss that draws you in, reminding you of life's fleeting nature. In the gripping narratives of today, such figures often symbolize the consequences of our choices, lurking just out of sight, waiting for moments of weakness to strike. The demon becomes a metaphor, a twisted reflection of our mortality, and the terrifying permanence of death. Historically, demons were often used as cautionary symbols. In ancient Mesopotamia, they were seen as messengers of misfortune, embodiments of the fears that plagued humanity. They arrived uninvited, riding on the back of sickness and despair, and their tales were recited in hushed tones. This notion persisted through cultures and eras, morphing yet remaining ever relevant. The demon of today is not bound by the rigid lines of ancient lore. It is a shapeshifter, adapting to societal fears that echo through time. In the 19th century, the Gothic movement took root, breathing new life into the depiction of demons. Writers like Edgar Allan Poe and Mary Shelley crafted stories that delved into madness and moral decay. Their demons were not simply otherworldly creatures. They were a reflection of inner turmoil, the clash between reason and chaos. Each character wrestled with their own demons, illustrating that the darkest battles are fought within. This narrative thread continues to weave through modern storytelling, where demons are no longer limited to the grotesque, but often appear as the embodiment of human flaws: greed, envy, and despair. Consider the chilling tale of The Exorcist, which not only terrifies but also probes the depths of faith and doubt. Regan, the innocent child possessed, embodies the ultimate conflict, a battle between good and evil, faith and disbelief. The demon here transcends the physical. It is a symbol of the fear of losing one's identity, a poignant reminder of the fragility of life. As the priest confronts the demon, it becomes a race against time, an urgent plea to reclaim what is lost, a frantic grasp at mortality before it slips away. In the digital age, the representation of demons has seeped into our everyday lives through video games, social media, and film. Characters like the seductive demon in Supernatural or the haunting presence in Hereditary capture the imagination, yet ground their narratives in reality. They remind viewers of the unseen, that darkness exists not just in the world outside, but within each of us. These portrayals reveal a universal truth. Demons are not just monsters. They are allegories for our fears, reminding us that mortality is the ultimate adversary. Yet there lies a deeper lesson within these modern manifestations. They challenge us to confront our own mortality, urging a reflection on the legacy we leave behind. In the face of inevitable loss, the question lingers: what do we truly value? The demon, with its twisted smile, forces us to consider our choices, our relationships, and the fleeting moments that make us human. It is a reminder that to acknowledge our mortality is to embrace life more fully. Each time a flickering candle illuminates a darkened room, the specter of demons emerges, whispering tales of those who walked before us. Historical records abound with stories of exorcisms, where individuals grappled not just with external forces but with personal demons that threatened to obliterate their souls. The echoes of ancient rituals resonate today, where the fight against our inner darkness remains just as pressing. The demons of old, crafted from fear and superstition, now wear the mask of psychological struggles and societal pressures. The dance of death is relentless, but the stories we tell, whether through film, literature, or art, help us navigate this intricate interplay between life and death. As the boundaries blur between reality and fantasy, the lessons remain stark. Each representation carries a weight of history, a reminder that those who came before us grappled with the same fears, the same inevitabilities. The modern demon stands not as a mere figure of terror but as a testament to humanity's timeless struggle against its own mortality. The lamp flickered, casting shadows that twisted and turned on the cobblestone streets, reminiscent of the eternal battle between light and darkness. The whispers of the past combined with the echoes of now, binding together stories of triumph and despair. The night air grew heavy with unspoken thoughts as the figure closed the ancient tome, a sigh escaping his lips, a sigh that carried the weight of recognition of shared fears and hopes. As the lantern dimmed, the shadows deepened, and with them the lingering question remained. What monsters lie within, waiting to be confronted as we navigate the fragile tapestry of existence? In a dimly lit room, shadows flickered like whispers of long-forgotten memories. A flickering candle cast a warm glow, battling against the encroaching darkness. Amidst this flickering light, a figure sat hunched over an ancient tome, the pages worn with time and heavy with the weight of secrets. The air felt thick, charged with tension, as if the very walls were listening. Demons in their many forms have haunted humanity for centuries. They are not just figures of folklore or fantastical tales to be told around a fire. They embody the deepest struggles of the human soul, reflecting our inner conflicts, fears, and desires. Each culture has its own interpretation. Like shadows cast by a flickering flame, their shapes are ever-changing, yet always familiar. From the Mesopotamian Lilitu, who seduced men in their dreams, to the tormented souls of medieval Europe, demons have mirrored the chaos within. In ancient Egypt, the goddess Maat weighed the hearts of the deceased against an ostrich feather. A heart heavy with sin was prey for Ammit, the devourer. Here, demons served a purpose, acting as both protector and judge, drawing a line between virtue and vice. They were not merely external forces but reflections of the soul's burdens, charting a path through the turmoil of existence. The ancient Egyptians understood that true demons reside within, whispering doubts and fears into the ears of the living. Similarly, in the tales of the Greek underworld, Charon ferried souls across the river Styx, where they faced their inner demons. The Greeks portrayed their struggles with vivid mythology, where even the gods could be haunted by their desires and jealousies. In the tragic stories of Oedipus or Medea, inner demons manifested in actions that led to inevitable ruin. Each character became a vessel of conflict, showcasing that every choice, every unacknowledged fear, could summon forth a demon of its own. Fast forward to the Middle Ages, where the Church's grip on society painted demons in a new light, sinister, malevolent forces lurking in the shadows, waiting to ensnare the unwary. The witch hunts that swept through Europe were fueled by a deep, collective fear of these internal struggles. Women, often scapegoated for the community's misfortunes, were accused of consorting with demons. Fear blended with paranoia, transforming the innocent into monstrous figures. The pyres burned bright, a tragic reminder of how society can externalize its conflicts, turning human frailty into something to be hunted. But what if these demons, rather than being feared, were embraced? In the realm of psychology, Carl Jung suggested that the shadows we cast, our fears, regrets, and desires, are integral parts of our psyche, essential for growth and understanding. He believed that recognizing these inner demons allows us to heal. They are not merely adversaries. They are reflections of who we are, urging us to confront the very aspects we wish to hide. As the candle flickered, the figure in the dim room turned the pages, uncovering the struggles of others, their battles against the demons of addiction, depression, and despair. Each story echoed like a heartbeat, reminding them that humanity's struggles were universal. The tales of these inner conflicts were palpable, stirring emotions that resonated deep within. Each person's journey was unique, yet woven together by the threads of commonality. In a small village in 18th century Scotland, a man named Thomas wrestled with his inner demons after losing his wife to illness. Consumed by grief, he found solace in the bottle, drowning his sorrows in spirits that only deepened his despair. The townsfolk whispered of a curse, labeling him a madman, while Thomas roamed the moors. Haunted by visions of his lost love, her voice echoing in the wind, taunting him with memories of what once was. In his darkest moments, a strange clarity emerged. He began to understand that the demons he fought were not mere hallucinations but manifestations of his unresolved grief. With each passing day, he faced them, acknowledging his pain instead of running from it. The moors became his sanctuary, a place where he could confront his inner turmoil. The fog that shrouded the land mirrored his sorrow, thick and disorienting, yet within it lay the possibility of healing. As night fell, the candle's light flickered one last time, and the shadows danced around him, alive with secrets waiting to be unearthed. The room felt charged, an electric tension threading through the air as stories of those who battled their inner demons emerged. Every whisper of anguish echoed like a distant bell tolling in the night, resonating within the heart of humanity. A woman in the 1920s, torn between tradition and her desire for freedom, felt the weight of expectations pressing down upon her. Her dreams screamed for liberation, yet the chains of societal norms held her hostage. Each day she faced her demons, the whispers of doubt clawing at her resolve. In the mirror, she saw a reflection not just of herself, but of every woman who had ever dared to dream in a world that often sought to silence them. In the midst of it all, the candle's light began to fade. casting elongated shadows that twisted and turned, suggesting that the stories of inner conflict were not confined to the past, but lived on in each heart. The figure's breath quickened, sensing the urgency in the air, as if the very essence of humanity's struggle was reaching out through time, reminding them that the dance with demons is eternal. Outside, the night deepened, and a cold wind swept through the trees, whispering the tales of those who came before. Each gust carried with it the echoes of laughter and sorrow, the triumphs and failures intertwining like threads in a vast tapestry. The flickering candle, still fighting against the darkness, became a beacon of hope, illuminating the idea that inner demons are not just adversaries, but teachers who shape the very essence of our souls. And as the shadows twisted and turned, the tension hung in the air, waiting, urging the figure to turn the page once more, to uncover what lay ahead in the unending struggle between light and dark, understanding and fear. On a chilly night beneath a cloak of stars, shadows danced across the walls of an ancient village, whispering tales of spirits and demons that had long been woven into the fabric of its existence. In every crack of the cobblestone streets, there lay a history of fear, reverence, and wonder. The villagers often spoke in hushed tones about the unseen forces that roamed the earth, entities that flickered in and out of reality, leaving behind a trail of goosebumps and awe. These beings, they believed, were not mere figments of imagination, but rather reflections of the deeper truths of life and death, of light and darkness. Legends of spirits and demons had echoed through time, from the spirits of the ancient Egyptians who guarded the afterlife to the mischievous fairies of Celtic folklore. Each tale carried with it a lesson, a cautionary reminder that the veil between worlds is thin, so thin that one might feel a chill when the breeze shifts abruptly or catch a glimpse of a shadow sliding past the corner of their eye. The very air seemed to hum with the energy of those who once walked among the living and those who had yet to find their peace. In every corner of the globe, the fascination with the supernatural reveals an unshakable truth. These beings reflect mankind's deepest fears and desires. In Mesopotamia, ancient texts spoke of demons that tormented the souls of the wicked, while the benevolent spirits offered guidance to those seeking redemption. Such duality resonates through the ages, illustrating humanity's struggle with morality, guilt, and the quest for meaning. The demons were not simply to be feared. They became symbols of the darker aspects of the human condition, the anger, sorrow, and chaos that brew within. In the vast deserts of the Middle East, stories of jinn captivated the minds of countless generations. These ethereal beings, both good and evil, flitted between the realms of the seen and unseen, providing insight into humanity's own dual nature. One moment, a jinn could offer wisdom. The next, it could lead a soul astray. The unpredictability of the jinn echoed the turbulent emotions within, love that could uplift or destroy, a kindness that could be met with betrayal. Similarly, the ancient Greeks revered the concept of demons, spirits that guided individuals through their lives. Each person had a personal demon, an entity that embodied their virtues and vices, reminding them of their potential and pitfalls. The interplay between these spirits and their charges illuminated the eternal struggle for self-discovery and acceptance. Would one heed the whispers of the soul or succumb to the chaos of external forces? Such questions spurred both fear and fascination among the living, threading through the very core of existence. Throughout history, many have attempted to quantify these experiences. The spiritual practices of indigenous cultures around the world revealed a profound connection to the spirit world, where ancestors played a crucial role in guiding the living. In the Andes, the Quechua people honored Pachamama, the earth goddess, while the spirits of their ancestors lingered in every mountain peak and flowing river. This symbiotic relationship between the seen and unseen nourished a culture rooted in gratitude and reverence, where the boundaries of life and death blurred into a continuum of existence. Even the famed Oracle of Delphi spoke of spirits that prophesied the future, channeling messages through the whispers of the gods. The priests and priestesses, entranced by these otherworldly beings, became conduits for wisdom beyond human comprehension. Yet, within each prophecy lay a warning, a reminder that the power of choice always rested in human hands. The spirits could guide, but it was the living who ultimately shaped their destinies. As dusk settled into night, the villagers gathered around flickering fires, spinning tales of hauntings and encounters with the supernatural. Each story carried its own heartbeat, like the pulse of the earth beneath them, a reminder that life is but one layer of a complex tapestry. They spoke of loved ones who had crossed to the other side, the gentle touch of a spirit who lingered just beyond the veil, offering comfort on lonely nights. Emotions swirled in the air, joy, sorrow, hope, all intertwined in this dance between the mundane and the ethereal. In Eastern traditions, the concept of spirits took on yet another dimension. The Buddhist belief in reincarnation and the cycle of samsara depicts a journey where every action reverberates throughout existence. The spirits of the past, present, and future exist in a delicate balance, teaching the importance of compassion and mindfulness. Each life, each choice becomes part of a greater story, a web of interconnected souls, forever influencing one another. Yet, even as the villagers found solace in these stories, an underlying tension remained. The fear of malevolent forces, of demons that thrive on despair and chaos, lingered just beneath the surface. In every shadow, they sensed a presence, a reminder that not all spirits are benevolent. The very act of living came with a price, and the line between good and evil was razor thin. Every choice made could either elevate or diminish the spirit within, mingling the light and darkness that resides in every heart. As the fire crackled and the stories wove through the night, a chilling wind swept through the village. The villagers paused, a collective shiver running through them, eyes darting towards the darkness that loomed just beyond the light. They spoke of omens and signs, of the spirits that watched and the demons that lurked. Every heartbeat echoed the pulse of existence itself, a reminder that their lives were intertwined with those who had come before and those who would follow, an unbroken chain of souls dancing on the edge of reality. In the stillness that followed, the spirits whispered their secrets through the crackling flames, beckoning to be heard. The villagers leaned in closer, feeling the weight of their words, knowing that within their stories lay the essence of what it means to exist, a continuous interplay of light and shadow, joy and sorrow, life and death. The night deepened, and the line between the seen and unseen faded, leaving only the dance of whispers, urging them to listen closely, for the truth of existence lay just beyond their reach. In the flickering light of an ancient candle, a figure sat hunched over a weathered book, the pages yellowed and frayed from centuries of touch. The air was thick with a sense of dread, a whisper of something dark and unnameable chilling the spine of those who dared to approach. This was no ordinary text. It spoke of demons, of an abyss that swallowed the souls of the damned, and of a hell where shadows danced upon the walls of eternity. It beckoned to the curious and the fearful alike, a siren call echoing through the ages. Throughout history, the concept of hell has been a haunting specter, lurking at the edges of human understanding. In ancient Mesopotamia, the Sumerians envisioned a grim underworld ruled by the goddess Ereshkigal, a place where the wicked were punished in darkness. Their vivid tales of an afterlife filled with torment set the stage for what would become a universal fear, the fear of the abyss. The Babylonians followed, expanding on those early ideas, painting a picture of a hell not just for the wicked, but for all who had died, a murky realm of lost souls. As the centuries turned, the Greeks wove their own narratives, giving birth to Hades, the realm of the dead. There, the souls of the departed were judged by three stern figures, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Iacchus. Those deemed worthy were sent to the Elysian fields, a paradise of eternal bliss. However, those who had committed grievous sins faced a far grimmer fate in Tartarus, a place of endless punishment. The stories spread like wildfire, igniting imaginations and fears, the notion of demons lurking in the shadows becoming a common thread woven through cultures. The Romans certainly inherited these ideas, transforming them and adding their own flair. Their hell was a sophisticated system of punishment, where the damned were subjected to the tortures of the mind and body. Virgil's Aeneid painted vivid images of these torments, capturing the hearts of readers who shivered at the thought of what lay in wait. The term inferno entered the lexicon, forever linking the realm of suffering to the depths of the earth. Then came the rise of Christianity, ushering in a new wave of fear and fascination. The early church fathers, with their fervent beliefs, preached of a hell that was both terrifying and eternal. They spoke of demons as instruments of divine wrath, creatures formed from darkness, lurking at the edges of human existence, waiting for the moment to claim their prize. The terrifying imagery of fiery pits and gnashing teeth became etched into the minds of believers. Dante Alighieri's Divine Comedy would solidify this vision with its harrowing journey through the 9 circles of hell. Each circle represented a different sin, each with its own horrific punishment, designed to invoke pity and fear in equal measure. The medieval era only deepened the fascination with demons and hell. Artists like Hieronymus Bosch depicted nightmarish landscapes of sinners tormented by grotesque creatures, their visions painted with such intensity that even the bravest souls shuddered. Churches filled with paintings and sculptures of the damned served as reminders of the consequences of sin, drawing the faithful closer to the light while simultaneously instilling a paralyzing fear of the darkness that awaited them. By the time the Enlightenment rolled in, the concept of hell transformed once more, but the fear of demons remained. Philosophers began to challenge the notion of eternal damnation, arguing for a more rational understanding of morality. Yet still, the shadows loomed large. Stories of demons abounded in folklore, menacing figures lurking in the dark, whispering temptations that lured the unwary into sin. The tales morphed into chilling tales of possession, where innocent souls were claimed by evil, their bodies becoming vessels for unspeakable horrors. As the clock ticked into the modern age, the abyss was no longer just a religious concept. It became a metaphor for the human psyche. Writers like Edgar Allan Poe and H.P. Lovecraft tapped into the primal fear of the unknown, painting pictures of madness that echoed the ancient fears of hell. Their demons were not just physical beings, but manifestations of internal struggles, a reflection of humanity's darkest fears. The abyss, once a place of punishment, became a symbol of despair, of losing oneself to the darkness that dwells within. Yet, in the 21st century, the fascination with demons and hell continues unabated. New Age thinkers and spiritualists echo ancient beliefs, blending them with contemporary fears of isolation and disconnection. Ghost stories seep into the present day, and horror movies flood our screens, filling the air with the sounds of creeping dread. The abyss remains a powerful symbol, reminding us that the battle between light and darkness is as relevant today as it was in antiquity. Throughout the ages, the abyss has revealed itself in myriad forms. It serves as a canvas upon which humanity paints its deepest fears, a reflection of what lies in the shadows of our consciousness. Demons, once mere figments of our imagination, have evolved into harbingers of doom, warning us of our moral failings while simultaneously enticing us into exploring the darker corners of our souls. As the candle flickered, casting ghostly shadows against the walls, the figure closed the ancient book, a chill settling over the room. The air buzzed with the lingering presence of those who had come before, the whispers of the damned echoing softly in the corners. The abyss was not just a distant fear, it was a living, breathing entity, forever entwined with the human experience, waiting for the next soul to tempt into its darkness. And just beyond the threshold, the next chapter began to unfold, an unwritten tale that would lead deeper into the labyrinth of the unknown, where demons danced and shadows whispered their eternal secrets. A chill swept through the night, wrapping around the village like an unseen cloak, pulling the warmth from the homes and stealing the breath from the bravest of souls. Shadows danced along the cobblestone streets, whispering secrets of ancient beings who roamed the earth long before concrete and steel. In every culture, stories of demons, those elusive creatures of fear and darkness, have echoed through the ages, each one imparting haunting lessons about death and the unknown. In the misty mountains of Eastern Europe, the Wutulak prowled. This demon was not merely a figment of nightmares, but a cautionary tale told by mothers to their children. It was said that Wutulak snatched away those who ventured too far from the safety of home, reminding villagers of the thin line between life and death. The sound of a distant howl would prompt the young ones to huddle closer, their hearts pounding. Terrified yet strangely fascinated. Death, they learned, was not to be feared but respected. It was a part of the dance of life, an inevitable partner entwined with their existence. Across the ocean, in the vibrant heart of Mexican culture, La Llorona wept. Her cries, a mournful echo in the night, told of love lost and betrayal. Legends claimed she prowled riverbanks, searching for her children whom she had tragically drowned in a fit of rage. Her sorrow transformed into a warning, to cherish those we love, for death could arrive in moments of fury or despair, leaving behind only echoes of what once was. The children would listen, shivering at the thought that La Llorona could be lurking just beyond the trees, a reminder that death lurks behind every choice, waiting to claim those who stray from the path of love. In the hot, dusty plains of India, the Bhuta whispered to the living. These spirits, often misunderstood, were thought to be the souls of the departed who had not found peace. Their teachings wrapped around the living like the dry winds of the desert, reminding them to honor their ancestors. Festivals filled with music and dance celebrated the connection to those who had passed, a tribute to the belief that death was not an end but a continuation, a cycle of being that demanded respect and remembrance. The Japanese yurei, spirits of the restless departed, emerged from tales steeped in history. These ghostly figures, clad in white and long-haired, roamed the earth seeking resolution. Their existence was a powerful reminder of the bonds of family and responsibility. If the living did not honor the dead, the yurei could unleash their wrath, dragging the ungrateful back into the realm of the afterlife. The tension in the air thickened as villagers lit lanterns, casting flickering light to guide the lost souls home, a poignant dance between life and death, hope and despair. In the lush jungles of Brazil, the Saci Pererê spun tales of mischief and cunning. This one-legged trickster could appear in a puff of smoke, teaching a lesson about the unpredictability of life. When the villagers failed to heed warnings or disrespected nature, Saci would play pranks, leading them astray. His laughter rang like thunder, a reminder that death might not always come with a grim face, but could slip in silently, disguised as misfortune or folly. The villagers learned to tread carefully, respecting both life and the spirits that lingered just beyond their sight. In the icy grips of the Arctic, the Inupiat spoke of the Tijeruk, a spirit that resembled a massive, serpentine creature lurking beneath the ice. Fishermen told tales of encounters with this demon, warning that angering it could lead to disaster. When the ice cracked beneath their feet, it was a reminder that the boundary between life and death was fragile. The Tijeruk taught them to respect the land, to live in harmony, or risk being taken by the very waters that provided their livelihood. As stories traveled through generations, each folktale echoed a universal truth. Death is a teacher, a force that cannot be ignored. In every corner of the globe, folkloric demons served as reminders of mortality, interwoven into the fabric of daily life. They evoked fear, yes, but also reverence, teaching communities to honor life's fleeting nature. Children huddled around fires, eyes wide with wonder and fear as their elders recounted tales of demons and spirits. They learned to respect the earth, the ancestors, and the choices that shaped their destinies. Each story served as both a warning and a lesson, a guide through the labyrinth of existence where joy and sorrow intertwined. In the shadows of grand castles, the tales of the banshee echoed, an omen of death in Irish folklore. This wailing spirit was said to appear before tragedy struck, a chilling cry that sent shivers down spines. Villagers learned to listen, to heed the warning, for in every lament there lay a lesson about the fragility of life. The banshee taught them to cherish moments, to gather their loved ones close, for the specter of death could arrive uninvited, shattering the peace they had fought so hard to maintain. The chilling wind carried these tales from one fire to another, creating a tapestry of beliefs. Each story was like a thread, weaving together the fears and hopes of countless generations, illuminating the path of life and death. There was a rhythm to their teachings, a pulse that resonated through the ages, whispering ancient wisdom to those willing to listen. As darkness enveloped the world outside, the flickering flames cast long shadows, each flicker a reminder of the delicate dance between existence and oblivion. The tales of folkloric demons were etched in the very bones of humanity, a bridge between the living and the dead, a perpetual cycle that beckoned the curious and the brave, inviting them to lean in just a little closer, to feel that pulse quicken in their veins, urging them to confront the mysteries that lie at the edge of the known. And as these stories unfolded, the air grew thick with tension, anticipation hanging like a heavy mist, leaving everyone breathless, eager for the next whisper of the dark, the next lesson on life's unpredictable journey. The flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows across the room, where the air hung thick with an unsettling mix of incense and anticipation. A frail figure lay on a makeshift bed, eyes glazed over, teetering on the precipice of life and death. Outside, the wind howled, as if mourning the inevitable loss that hovered just beyond the veil. For centuries, in cultures around the world, the specter of demons has haunted the end-of-life moments, weaving a tapestry of fear, hope, and belief that binds the living to the unknown. In ancient Mesopotamia, the Sumerians believed that the world was filled with demons, creatures born from chaos and darkness, forever lurking in the shadows of human existence. As a loved one approached death, rituals sprang forth from deep-rooted fears, rituals designed to keep these malevolent spirits at bay. The dying were often encircled by family, who whispered incantations and offered sacrifices to appease the demons that threatened to snatch their souls away. The very act of dying was a battleground, fought not only against the finality of life, but against the lurking presence of demons eager to claim what they believed was theirs. In the quiet corners of the Roman Empire, the death of a loved one was a tumultuous event. The Romans believed that upon death the soul would journey to the underworld, a realm fraught with danger and deception. To guard against demonic forces, rituals were crafted with meticulous care. As the body was prepared for burial, coins were placed over the eyes of the deceased, a payment to Charon, the ferryman of the underworld, ensuring safe passage. But it wasn't merely a transaction. It was a desperate plea for protection from the unseen horrors that awaited beyond the grave. The chilling whispers of the past echoed through the ages, reaching the shores of medieval Europe, where the church wielded both power and fear. The idea of demons was deeply entrenched, with countless tales of souls being tormented by dark forces upon death. The faithful believed that the devil himself roamed the earth, eager to ensnare those who had strayed. As death approached, priests were summoned to perform the sacrament of extreme unction, providing not just comfort, but a shield against the demons lurking around the dying. candles flickered in the dim light, illuminating the faces of the frightened family members, their hearts racing with a mix of hope and dread. The influence of demons morphed yet again in the rich tapestry of African traditions. In various tribes, death was seen as a doorway to another world, one where ancestors dwelled alongside vengeful spirits. As a loved one neared death, ceremonies erupted, filled with vibrant colors and rhythmic drumming. Offerings of food and drink were laid out, not only to honor the deceased, but to appease the demons that might rise in anger or envy. The air was electric with tension, as the living sought to navigate the delicate balance between the realms of the living and the dead. Among the indigenous peoples of the Americas, death was not merely an end, but a transformation. They believed in the spirit world, where demons roamed freely, often seeking to disrupt the journey of the newly departed. Rituals included cleansing ceremonies that involved sage and prayer, invoking protection against these spirits. A shaman would often guide the community in a dance, a rhythmic pulse that connected the living to the spirits, ensuring the departed would not be tormented by the darkness that sought to latch onto them. The heartbeats of the dancers echoed like a drum, creating a sacred space where fear and reverence intertwined. As the centuries rolled on, the belief in demons remained a powerful force in the human psyche, influencing how communities faced death. In Victorian England, the fear of the afterlife morphed into a fascination with spiritualism. The idea that spirits could be contacted became a balm for those grieving. Seances were held in dimly lit parlors, fingers trembling as they reached for the unknown, hoping to connect with lost souls. Yet, lurking beneath this curiosity was the ever-present fear of malevolent entities. Ghost stories circulated like wildfire, tales of vengeful spirits seeking retribution, reminding the living that the line between life and death was fraught with peril. Across cultures and timelines, the influence of demons on end-of-life rituals speaks to a universal fear, the fear of the unknown, of what lies beyond. In every flicker of a candle and every whispered prayer, there was a desperate attempt to hold on to the light, to ward off the darkness that threatened to engulf the soul. As communities gathered, united by their shared beliefs, the air crackled with a palpable tension, an acknowledgement of the fragile boundary between life and what lies beyond. The stories of those who stood on the cusp of death resonate through the ages, a reminder of humanity's enduring struggle to confront the shadows that haunt us. As the candles melted, the rituals unfolded like a delicate dance, each moment steeped in emotion and urgency. Families clung to hope, praying for strength to face the inevitable, while the specter of demons lingered, waiting to snatch away what was most precious. And so the wheel of life continued, each passing moment a testament to the delicate balance between light and dark, life and death. The echoes of ancient beliefs reverberated in the hearts of the living, reminding them that even in the face of despair, the human spirit endures, bound by the threads of love, fear, and the ever-present mystery of the afterlife. The chilling journey into the depths of end-of-life beliefs had only just begun, leading them toward an even more profound understanding of what it meant to exist on the fragile edge of mortality. A chill ran through the air, a whisper that felt almost like fingers brushing against the back of one's neck. In the dim light of a flickering candle, shadows danced on the walls, transforming ordinary shapes into sinister figures. It was a night when stories of ghosts and demons spilled from the lips of trembling souls, tales that had haunted humanity for centuries, binding them to a shared fear of what lay beyond the veil of life. From ancient civilizations to modern times, the fear of death has woven itself into the very fabric of cultures around the world. In Egypt, the echoes of the afterlife resounded through the grand pyramids. The ancient Egyptians believed in an intricate journey after death, where one's heart was weighed against a feather, determining their fate in the afterlife. Osiris, the god of the underworld, watched over this process, his presence a constant reminder of the thin line between life and death. Those who failed the test were devoured by Amit, a terrifying creature with the head of a crocodile, reinforcing the idea that death was not an end, but a passage fraught with danger. Meanwhile, in the velvety darkness of medieval Europe, the fear of demons took shape. The Catholic Church preached of hellfire and torment, stirring a potent mix of dread and devotion among the faithful. The fear of demons was palpable, so much so that entire communities rallied together, conducting exorcisms in candle-lit chambers, the air thick with the scent of incense and desperation. In this world, the devil was not just a figure of myth, he was a lurking reality, a master manipulator of spirits who sought to claim souls. Chilling tales of possessed individuals, their eyes rolling back as they spoke in tongues, sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. People whispered of the powers that lurked in the dark corners of their homes, feeding off fear and despair. Across the ocean, in the indigenous cultures of North America, the fear of death manifested in rich storytelling traditions that spoke to the connection between the living and the dead. Ancestor spirits were integral to many tribes, guiding the living while reminding them of their mortality. The stories of the Wendigo, a malevolent spirit born from greed and hunger, echoed through the forests, warning of the dangers of losing one's humanity. Fires crackled and danced as elders recounted these tales under a star-lit sky, the tension palpable as listeners huddled closer, drawn into a world where the boundary between the living and the spectral grew thin. In Japan, the yurei, the restless spirits of the dead, emerged from folklore, embodying the fear of unresolved lives. Dressed in white funeral garments, these vengeful spirits wandered the earth, seeking solace or revenge. The traditional Bon Festival became a time to honor the deceased, a poignant reminder of the connection between the past and the present. Lanterns flickered in the night, illuminating the paths for wandering souls, bridging the gap between life and the unknown. The fear was not just of death itself, but of dying without leaving a mark, without being remembered, an eternal haunting that could chill the blood of even the bravest. In the bustling streets of modern cities, echoes of these ancient fears linger, transformed but never extinguished. Ghost tours draw thrill-seekers, eager to confront the unknown, while haunted houses become playgrounds for those who dare to flirt with fear. Social media buzzes with stories of paranormal encounters, and reality shows delve into the supernatural, blurring the lines between entertainment and belief. Yet beneath the surface, the same ancient trepidation lurks, reminding us that we are all bound by the inevitability of death. Around a campfire, friends share ghost stories, their laughter punctuated by gasps and nervous glances. Each tale transforms the night into a tapestry of suspense, where shadows take on lives of their own. The fear of death has a way of igniting a primal instinct, awakening something deep within, a reminder that we are fragile, that life is fleeting. In the quiet corners of the world, practices like Dia de los Muertos in Mexico celebrate the dead, intertwining joy and sorrow. Families create altars adorned with marigolds and photographs, welcoming spirits back to the realm of the living for a day. It is a dance with death that defies fear, a heartfelt embrace of those who came before. Yet, even in this celebration, the specter of mortality looms, a constant reminder that every life will eventually flicker out. The duality of existence, life and death, joy and sorrow, fear and acceptance, reveals itself in the stories we tell. This interplay is not just a reflection of cultural beliefs. It is a testament to the human experience. Each civilization, with its unique symbols and rituals, attempts to decipher the enigma of death, to find meaning in the inevitable. In the hushed tones of a library, scholars pore over ancient texts, tracing the evolution of ghost stories and demon lore. They uncover chilling accounts of hauntings that date back millennia, each tale a thread in the intricate tapestry of human fear. The emotions captured in these stories are raw, visceral, an embodiment of our deepest anxieties and questions about what lies beyond. As the clock ticks forward and the candlelight flickers, the shadows grow bolder, weaving their way into the present. Perhaps the fear of death is not just a looming darkness, but a call to live more fully, a reminder to cherish every moment. The tales of ghosts and demons serve not just as warnings, but as guides, urging humanity to confront the darkness, to unearth the light within. And as the candle finally flickers out, plunging the room into darkness, the stories linger, promising that the dance with death is far from over. The air is thick with anticipation, a magnetic pull drawing everyone closer to the edge of the unknown, where the answers to dreams and fears intertwine. There, in that lingering darkness, the real journey begins, echoing through every heartbeat, every whispered tale, evermore. In the quiet corners of a dimly lit room, shadows danced along the walls, flickering like the memories that haunt the living. A woman sat alone, clutching a faded photograph of her late husband. The air felt heavy, as if stitched with threads of sorrow and longing. Every tear she shed echoed in the silence, punctuating her heartache with a sharp reminder of loss. As she mourned, her pain whispered faintly of demons, the unseen forces that shaped how she and countless others navigated the labyrinth of grief. Long ago, in ancient civilizations, demons were not just malevolent spirits. They were the embodiment of loss, a manifestation of the deep, gnawing sorrow that nestled within the human soul. Mesopotamian myths spoke of Lilitu, a figure who roamed the night, snatching away the lives of infants and leaving mothers in despair. As the sun set, the cries of the bereaved echoed through the streets, a haunting reminder of the fragility of life. These tales, steeped in fear, portrayed demons as the ultimate thieves, stealing joy and replacing it with an unbearable void. In the shadowed alleys of medieval Europe, belief in demons took on a different hue. The death of a loved one was often viewed as a battle against unseen forces. Grieving was not merely an emotional response, it was a war, a wrestling match between the living and the entities that sought to claim their souls. People believed that demons danced on the graves of the dead, reveling in the despair they left behind. This perspective painted grief as a curse, a punishment inflicted by forces that thrived on suffering. When a child succumbed to illness, mothers would light candles and recite incantations, hoping to ward off the lurking demons that sought to deepen their sorrow. As centuries passed, the imagery of demons began to intertwine with the fabric of grief in surprising ways. The Renaissance brought a wave of enlightenment and artistic expression, yet the specter of demons lingered. In the works of artists like Hieronymus Bosch, grotesque figures personified human vices and sorrows, stretching the human experience to its most extreme. Grief was depicted not just as a feeling but as a monstrous entity that twisted and turned, gnashing its teeth at the living. The pain of loss was immortalized in art, a bittersweet reminder of the complex relationship between humanity and the demons that shrouded their hearts. The Victorian era saw a shift in how society perceived grief, driven by the rise of spiritualism. Following the loss of loved ones, many turned to mediums, seeking solace in the belief that the dead could communicate from beyond. Yet, in this world of longing and connection, demons lurked too. Spirits were often considered fickle. Some brought comfort, while others inspired dread. The fear of malevolent forces hung in the air as mourners gathered around candles, hoping for a sign that their loved ones had not truly left them. Demons became metaphors for the unresolved grief that clung to the living, a constant reminder that love could morph into something darker when tinged with despair. In more recent times, the concept of demons has evolved alongside modern psychology. Sigmund Freud's theories shed light on the internal struggles faced when grappling with loss. Grief transformed into a psychological battlefield, where demons took the form of repressed emotions and unacknowledged pain. People learned that to heal, they must confront their inner demons, the guilt, anger, and sorrow that often threatened to drown them in despair. Classrooms filled with students learning about the stages of grief, the denial, the bargaining, the acceptance, each stage a wrestling match with those demons, pulling at the very fabric of their being. As the 21st century unfolded, the digital age brought its own set of challenges to the grieving process. Social media became a double-edged sword. While it offered a platform for sharing memories and seeking support, it also amplified feelings of isolation. The demons of comparison lurked behind every post, whispering that others bore their grief more gracefully, or that their pain was less valid. Communities formed online to share their heartaches, yet lurking within those spaces were the insecurities and fears that threatened to overwhelm. The role of demons had shifted again, now taking on the guise of societal expectations and the pressures to move on, to be strong, even when the heart felt achingly heavy. Within a cycle of loss, the threads of history weave a tapestry rich with emotion. The woman in the dim room held her photograph close, the shadows deepening as the memories flooded her mind. Her sorrow was not only hers, it belonged to generations of mourners who had grappled with their demons. Those demons had shaped how she understood her grief, how she navigated the winding paths of her heartache. In the echoes of ancient chants, in the brushstrokes of forgotten artists, and in the hidden corners of her own psyche, the legacy of loss whispered to her. In that moment, as the candle flickered, illuminating the contours of her face, she felt the weight of those ancestral sorrows press upon her. She could almost hear the voices of the past, mothers weeping for lost children, lovers mourning their beloved, each one wrestling with their own demons. These sentiments were not distant. They were intertwined with her very being, drawing her into a dance with grief that felt both familiar and terrifying. As she exhaled, the air trembled with a mixture of sorrow and resilience, a testament to the enduring struggle against the demons that shaped her reality. And so, the cycle continued. Grief, loss, and the demons that haunt them forever entwined, an unbreakable bond that whispered across the ages. The woman's heart beat in rhythm with the stories of the past, a haunting melody that promised to echo into the future. As she sat in the dim light, the weight of history pressed upon her, a reminder that grief is not just an individual burden, but a shared experience that transcends time, forever echoing in the souls of those who mourn. In a dimly lit chamber, shadows danced across the stone walls, whispering secrets of ages long past. A flickering candle cast a wavering glow, illuminating the face of a weary philosopher who sat hunched over an ancient tome. With each turn of the brittle pages, he felt the weight of countless souls pressing upon him, those who lived, loved, and ultimately met their end. His fingers trembled as he traced the words that spoke of immortality, of a life unbound by the shackles of time. Yet, deep within, he understood the paradox. To live forever meant to be haunted by the echoes of loss, forever longing for what once was. In every culture, the dance between death and immortality has spun its delicate web. The Egyptians meticulously prepared for the afterlife, their tombs filled with treasures to ward off the grasping hands of fate. The great kings and queens adorned themselves in gold, hoping to transcend the finality of death. Yet, as they faced the judgment of Osiris, did they not shiver at the thought of their earthly accomplishments being weighed against the light of their hearts? Their fervent belief in an eternal existence was a balm for the human soul, offering solace beneath the shadow of mortality. Across the sea, the ancient Greeks with their pantheon of gods painted a vivid tapestry of life and death. They knew the tales of heroes who sought glory and fame, often meeting a bitter end. Achilles, that mighty warrior, knew the sweet taste of immortality through legend. But at what cost? Did he not weep for his fallen comrades, forever trapped in the annals of time while he fought to maintain his fleeting legacy? The heroic ideal was a double-edged sword, a dream of greatness that burdened the heart with the weight of loss. Enter the chilling realm of the demons. In the corners of mythology, they thrived in the shadows, offering twisted visions of immortality and power. Throughout history, tales whispered of Faust, a scholar so desperate for knowledge that he sold his soul in exchange for eternal life. The price was steep, for with each passing year, he found himself more and more isolated, drowning in a sea of despair. The laughter of those lost echoed in his ears, a cruel reminder that immortality was not the freedom he had imagined, but a prison of his own making. The philosopher's thoughts drifted to the tales of the wandering Jew, cursed to walk the earth until the second coming. The weight of centuries bore down upon him, a testimony to the human condition's struggle against the inevitable. Each step he took was a reminder of the loved ones who aged and faded, while he remained unchanged, a witness to the world's relentless march forward. How many souls did he encounter along his path? How many hearts did he break with his eternal sorrow? From the depths of despair to the heights of celestial dreams, the question of life and death haunted humanity. The ancient Romans, in their own unique way, grasped at the concept of immortality through the construction of grand monuments. The Colosseum, a marvel of engineering, stood as a testament to their greatness, yet it was built upon the blood of thousands. In their quest for eternal glory, they often turned a blind eye to the suffering that surrounded them. How ironic that in their pursuit of immortality, they became architects of their own undoing. As night deepened, the philosopher felt the air grow heavy with the weight of existence. He thought of all those who had faced the ultimate truth, that life, in all its fleeting beauty, was a precious gift. Yet, as he contemplated death, he sensed a flicker of something more sinister, lingering just beyond the candle's light. Demonic insights, perhaps, were here to remind him that with every heartbeat, a shadow beckoned. The stories of the damned whispered through time, tales of souls condemned to wander aimlessly, filled with unquenched desires. Lilith, the first woman, defied the bonds of the mundane, seeking her own power. She was said to haunt the dreams of men, a specter, seducing them with the promise of life everlasting. But what was her price? The very essence of humanity twisted and turned, caught in the throes of temptation and despair. The philosopher's heart raced. These stories weren't mere parables, they were warnings. With every turn of history, the ghosts of those who sought immortality left behind trails of madness and despair. The alchemists of the Middle Ages believed they could unlock the secret to everlasting life through the philosopher's stone. Yet, with each failed experiment, they too became lost in their obsessions, consumed by the very knowledge they sought to obtain. In that chamber, the flickering candle burned low, casting long shadows that whispered of the darkness looming at the edges of human desire. The philosopher pondered the very essence of humanity. Were they merely beings destined to grapple with mortality and the quest for meaning? Or were they something more? Perhaps within the folds of this existence lay the keys to a deeper understanding of life itself, intertwined with the very fabric of death. As the night wore on, the air grew thick with that familiar tension, an unspoken promise lurking just beneath the surface. It was not just a quest for knowledge, but a dagger poised to strike at the heart of existence. The stories that echoed in the darkness were far from over, for the dance between life and death continued, always leaving a lingering taste of bitterness. The shadows may have held their secrets, but in the realm of humanity the lines blurred, and the quest for immortality was a struggle that never truly ended. And as the last flicker of the candle faded, the philosopher held his breath, staring into the abyss, knowing that the next chapter of this eternal tale awaited just beyond the veil, ready to unravel its twisted truths and the dark allure of something that could never truly be grasped. The flicker of candlelight danced across the cold stone walls of an ancient chapel, casting shadows that twisted and writhed like the very demons they depicted. A chill ran through the air, heavy with the weight of centuries, as if the whispers of long-dead artists echoed through the stillness. Each brushstroke on the canvas told a story not just of evil, but of humanity's deepest fears and desires, a haunting reminder of mortality. In medieval Europe, demons in art were more than mere figures of horror. They were the embodiment of sin, temptation, and the ever-looming specter of death. The notorious Hieronymus Bosch created nightmarish landscapes filled with grotesque creatures, where the boundaries between reality and the infernal blurred. In his famed work, The Garden of Earthly Delights, the viewer was invited to wander through a paradise that quickly morphed into a hellscape, forcing them to confront the consequences of indulgence. As one gazed upon the figures writhing in eternal torment, a knot twisted in the stomach. Was this a dire warning or an enticing promise of what lay ahead? The demons captured in art often had grotesque features, elongated limbs, twisted faces, and scales that glimmered in the light, embodying the very essence of chaos and despair. Artists like Matthias Grunewald painted them in vivid detail, their eyes burning with a ferocity that sent shivers down the spine. Each detail was deliberate, a reminder of the thin line between life and a fate worse than death. In Grunewald's Isenheim altarpiece, the demonic figures loom over scenes of suffering, their presence a stark reminder of how fragile life truly is. Their haunting faces seem to mock the suffering of Christ and the afflicted, raising the question of how humans are often their own worst enemies. As the candlelight flickered, it revealed a darker truth. Demons were not merely external entities. They resided within the hearts of men. The famous artist Albrecht Dürer portrayed this internal struggle in his works, infusing them with emotion that pierced through the veil of time. In his engraving, Melancholia Tumuid, a brooding figure stands at the precipice of despair, surrounded by symbols of lost potential and unfulfilled greatness. The faint shadow of a demon lurks in the background, lurking like self-doubt, an embodiment of the darkness that can engulf even the brightest of souls. The message was clear. The battle against one's own demons was as significant as any battle against evil. The Renaissance brought a shift in how demons were portrayed, revealing a more complex relationship between mankind and the unknown. Artists such as Caravaggio infused their works with a sense of realism, showcasing the struggle between light and dark. In The Calling of St. Matthew, the interplay of shadow and illumination felt palpable, depicting the moment of divine grace amidst the chaos of temptation. The lurking demons were now represented as metaphorical representations of vice and moral decay, figures that enticed and ensnared rather than purely tormenting. As the brushstrokes evolved, so did the symbolism. In the works of Francisco Goya, the demons morphed into reflections of society's fears and failures. His haunting Witches' Sabbath, filled with grotesque figures and an overwhelming sense of dread, captured the anxieties of an era teetering on the brink of change. The image of the goat-headed demon presiding over the witches was a chilling reminder of the darkness that can thrive in the human soul. Goya's art became a mirror, reflecting the corruption and brutality of the world, urging viewers to confront the demons that lingered in the shadows of their own society. The emotions in these artworks often surged, oscillating between despair and hope. In the Baroque period, artists explored the concept of redemption, painting demons as both tormentors and harbingers of truth. The duality of existence was captured in works like Peter Paul Rubens' The Fall of Man, where the serpent entwined with Eve symbolized both temptation and the knowledge of mortality. The viewer couldn't help but feel the tension of the moment, the struggle between yielding to desires and the consequences that awaited on the other side. Yet, as the centuries rolled on, the portrayal of demons shifted again. The Romantic period saw artists like Henry Fuseli embrace the dark and the sublime, exploring the boundaries of imagination and reality. In his iconic painting, The Nightmare, a woman lies vulnerable, enveloped by a malevolent figure perched upon her chest. The imagery sends shivers down the spine, evoking a visceral understanding of fear, vulnerability, and the inescapable grip of mortality. Fuseli's demons were not just malevolent beings. They were representations of our own subconscious fears, urging viewers to confront what lurked within their minds. With each passing era, the demons of art served as poignant reminders of life's fleeting nature. They whispered tales of mortality, urging humanity to recognize that life is a mosaic of choices, each painted with the colors of desire, regret, and hope. The lessons embedded within these artworks resonated with the emotional struggles faced by everyone, creating a connection that transcended time. As the candle flickered one last time, a sense of anticipation lingered in the air. The demons of the past had woven their way into the fabric of humanity, teaching lessons that echoed through generations. The shadows on the chapel walls danced and twisted, hinting at the eternal struggle between light and dark, life and death. The viewer, left breathless by the profound emotions coursing through these pieces, could only wonder what lay ahead. What stories would emerge next, and how would the demons continue to shape the narrative of existence? The flickering light dimmed, but the echoes of their lessons would resonate, urging all who dared to listen to confront their own shadows as they stepped into the unknown. The air was thick with unease, as if the very fabric of reality was being pulled taut. In a forgotten corner of the world, ancient whispers flitted through the shadows, telling tales of a time when demons walked among men. Shadows danced in the flickering light of a lone candle, its flame struggling against the darkness that threatened to encroach on all sides. In this space, where the living tread with caution, the dead stirred uneasily, caught in the eternal struggle between life and what lay beyond. Throughout history, demons have been the embodiment of humanity's deepest fears and unanswered questions. They lurked in the edges of consciousness, challenging the very essence of existence. From Mesopotamian mythology to the haunting tales told around medieval fires, these malevolent beings have always had a profound connection to death. They were not merely creatures of folklore, they were reflections of humanity's darkest corners, the shadows lurking behind the veil of life. As the moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over a desolate graveyard, the air buzzed with a palpable tension. The stones, cold and unforgiving, stood silent witness to the eternal cycle of life and death. But tonight, the air crackled with an energy that felt otherworldly. It was as if the demons, those symbolic figures of chaos and fear, were rising from the depths of the earth, eager to confront the living with their existential dread. In ancient Rome, philosophers gathered in the dimly lit halls of the Senate to grapple with the concept of death. They were men of thought, armed with logic, yet they too felt the shiver of fear that came with the unknown. What lay beyond the final breath? Was there a fate worse than death? These questions haunted them, much like the demons that whispered in the corners of their minds. They debated whether death was a release or a punishment, a journey into the light or a descent into darkness. But what if demons weren't simply to be feared? What if they were guides in this nebulous space between life and death? The ancient Egyptians, in their reverence for the afterlife, depicted demons as guardians of the underworld, powerful beings that weighed the souls of the deceased against a feather to determine their fate. In this context, demons became a bridge, linking the living with the dead, and forcing humanity to confront its fears. The weight of the feather was a reminder that our lives were to be measured not just by our deeds, but by the choices we made when the shadows crept in. As the candle flickered and the shadows stretched, a figure emerged from the darkness. It was a woman clad in tattered robes, her eyes filled with a haunting sorrow. She moved like a wraith, whispering secrets lost to time. In her presence, the air grew colder, and the candles extinguished one by one. She was a demon of sorts, a spectral embodiment of grief and loss. Her very existence challenged the thoughts of those who witnessed her. Was she an omen, a harbinger of doom, or a reminder of the emotional scars that death leaves behind. In that moment, fear intertwined with curiosity. The living were drawn to her, seeking understanding even as they recoiled from her presence. It was a dance of emotions, a struggle between acceptance and denial, between the urge to flee and the need to confront what lay at the edge of existence. Each heartbeat echoed like a drum, a reminder of their own mortality. Throughout history, the stories of demons have evolved, but the central theme remains. They confront humanity with the specter of death. In medieval Europe, tales of demons filled the minds of frightened villagers, warning them to live righteously lest they be claimed by the devil. The imagery was stark: the blackened wings, the sharp claws, the grinning faces that seemed to mock the living. Yet, in their terrifying forms, the demons served a crucial purpose. They posed the ultimate question: what does it mean to truly live? To embrace life is to acknowledge death, and demons were the unsettling reminder that one cannot exist without the other. As the woman's sorrowful gaze swept across the graveyard, the ground began to tremble. From the depths of the earth, shadows swirled, twisting and coiling like smoke. The demons were rising, drawn to her lament. They floated above the graves, their forms shifting and blending with the night, each one a manifestation of the fears that humanity has carried throughout the ages. They were lost souls, forgotten and waiting for someone to acknowledge their existence. They were the voices of the past, the unquiet dead whose stories remained untold. The living, caught in this moment of terror and revelation, realized that these demons were not merely figures to be exorcised or feared. They were reflections of their own inner turmoil, the unresolved grief, the haunting memories, and the questions that lingered long after a loved one had passed. In confronting these fears, the living could finally understand what it means to die, and in turn, what it means to truly live. But as the shadows grew thicker, a thought lingered in the air. Was death truly an end, or was it merely a transformation? The demons danced, circling the living, inviting them to consider the possibility that death was not to be feared but embraced. With every flickering candlelight, the boundaries of the known and the unknown blurred, and the living found themselves teetering on the edge of understanding, caught between life and the whispers of what might lie beyond. The night wore on, the atmosphere charged with a sense of urgency. Questions hung heavy in the air, each one beckoning the living to confront their own demons. What did it mean to face death? To accept its inevitability? To understand that even in the deepest sorrow, there is a flicker of hope? The shadows closed in, swirling around the graveyard as the demons sang their mournful songs, a haunting melody that echoed the eternal battle between life and death, inviting all who dared to listen to ponder the ultimate mystery that awaits us all. The moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the overgrown cemetery. A chilling wind whispered through the tombstones, stirring the shadows that danced among the graves. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay, an unsettling reminder of what lay beneath. Here, amid the crumbling stones and forgotten names, the dead were not so quiet. They stirred, restless and hungry, tethered to the world of the living by an unnatural force that defied the very essence of life. Long before Hollywood popularized the image of shambling corpses, ancient cultures grappled with the idea of the undead. The fear of what happens after death transcends time and geography. In Haitian Vodou, the concept of the zombie emerged as a representation of fear and control. A living person, rendered a soulless puppet by dark magic, was a nightmare that embodied the ultimate loss of autonomy. The zombie was not just a monster, it was a warning about the depths of despair, the crushing force of powerlessness, and the fragility of the human spirit. Across the ocean, in Europe, tales of the undead took on a different form. In medieval times, stories of revenants spread like wildfire. Villagers whispered about the bodies that returned from their graves, seeking vengeance or simply trying to fulfill unfinished business. The notion of a vampire, a seductive creature of the night, preying on the living, signified not just a fear of death but also the dread of disease and pestilence that swept through communities like a dark shadow. The undead were manifestations of mortality's cruel grip, reminding the living of their own inevitable fate. In the heart of ancient Egypt, the mummification process was a desperate bid for immortality. Elaborate tombs were built, filled with treasures and provisions for the journey beyond. Yet the fear of the dead rising again haunted the living. The Book of the Dead, an ancient text, contained spells to navigate the treacherous afterlife, but it also warned of the dangers posed by those who did not rest peacefully. The mummies, wrapped in layers of linen, were believed to hold the power of life and death, and to disturb their slumber was to invite calamity. As history marched on, the undead evolved in the public imagination. In the 18th century, the Age of Enlightenment brought forth a clash between science and superstition. Yet, in the shadows of reason, the undead continued to thrive. Stories emerged from the foggy streets of London, where the specter of the vampire captivated the minds of the curious and the frightened alike. Countless tales warned of the dangers lurking in the alleys, whispering of creatures that thrived on blood and darkness, a stark reminder of humanity's primal fears. Back in the present, the cemetery seemed alive with whispers. The rustling leaves seemed to carry voices from the past, echoing the terrors and sorrows of those who had once walked the earth. The moonlight caught the glint of something moving among the gravestones, and the heartbeat quickened. Was it just a trick of the light, or had the undead truly come to claim their place among the living? In the flickering glow of candlelight, the room filled with a palpable tension as stories of the undead were shared. Each tale spun a web of dread. A mother spoke of her son, lost to the madness of an unending war, rumored to return as a revenant. Her voice trembled as she recounted the nights filled with his haunting cries, echoing through the hallways of their once happy home. The fear that gripped her was not just for her son, but for the very idea that death could be undone, that he could come back, not as the boy she knew, but as something far more sinister. And then there were the ominous warnings from cultures that believed in the power of the undead. In ancient cultures, taboos surrounded the dead. Certain bodies could not be disturbed, for fear they would rise again and wreak havoc. In Slavic folklore, the vampire was a creature that retained its human form while embodying all that was nightmarish and grotesque. Victims would be drawn in by the familiar face, only to find themselves ensnared in a world of darkness, their lifeblood slowly drained away. The fear of the undead goes hand in hand with the fear of the unknown. What lies beyond the grave? The stories remind us that death may be merely a threshold, a passage to realms unseen, where the boundaries of life and death blur. A ghostly figure, a rotting corpse, or a seductive vampire, all are reflections of humanity's deepest anxieties about mortality, loss, and what it means to exist. As the clock in the tower struck midnight, a low moan echoed through the cemetery. The air turned colder, and shadows lengthened, obscuring the details of the gravestones. It was time for the undead to awaken. With each tick, the tension mounted, leaving hearts racing and palms sweating. Beneath the soil, the restless spirits stirred, yearning for release, for vengeance, or perhaps just a fleeting moment of connection to the living. In that moment, the connection between the living and the dead was undeniable. The stories of the undead have always been more than simple horror tales. They are mirrors reflecting our fears and desires. They remind us that immortality comes with a price, that the pursuit of life beyond death is fraught with danger. The undead become symbols of everything we dare not confront, yet everything we secretly hope to understand. As the final echoes of the night faded into silence, the cemetery stood still, waiting for the next tale to unfold. The line between life and death blurred, and the undead lingered, a chilling reminder of humanity's darkest fears and deepest longings. The air crackled with anticipation, a promise that the stories were far from over, that lurking in the shadows were the restless souls waiting to share their tales. Tales that would keep us awake at night, pondering the true nature of what it means to live and die. The air was thick with tension, a chilling reminder of the fragility of life. In a dimly lit room, a worn-out photograph of a once vibrant family hung crookedly on the wall. The faces had faded, just like the memories of the laughter that once echoed around the dinner table. Now, only silence remained, a silence that spoke of loss, of longing, and of a fear that clung to the very essence of existence: death. Outside, the world was bustling with progress, technology advancing at a dizzying pace, yet inside that room, time stood still, holding its breath. For centuries, humanity has danced with the specter of death. Ancient Egyptians mummified their dead, hoping to secure a place in the afterlife, while the Greeks built grand temples for their gods, praying for a glimpse into what lay beyond. But as time marched on, the rituals became mere shadows of their former selves, replaced by a cold, clinical approach to mortality. The development of medicine and technology offered a facade of control, but the reality remained stark and undeniable. Death was the ultimate destination. The dawn of the digital age, however, ignited a new fire in the hearts of the desperate. It was as if someone had whispered a secret promise. What if death wasn't the end? With each breakthrough, from cloning to artificial intelligence, a new wave of hope washed over the world. The dream of immortality began to take shape, albeit shrouded in the whispers of ancient fears. In laboratories filled with sterile lights, scientists toiled away, driven not just by curiosity, but by the gnawing anxiety of their own mortality. Yet, as human beings reached for the stars, something darker loomed. With each technological advancement, the ancient demons of ambition, greed, and hubris reared their heads. The race for immortality became a double-edged sword, and the question echoed in the minds of many: at what cost? The story of a biotech company comes to mind, a tale of promises made and lives shattered. In a sleek glass building that sparkled under the sun, executives discussed the breakthrough, a procedure that could potentially upload human consciousness to a digital realm. The notion of living forever, freed from the shackles of flesh and bone, became tantalizingly close. Investors poured in, intoxicated by the promise of eternal youth. But beneath the glittering surface lay a horror that no amount of technology could erase. As trials began, whispers spread of the side effects, fragments of souls lost in the void, echoes of lives that had not quite made the transition. Those who had once been vibrant individuals now drifted as shadows, their essence trapped in the machine. The line between life and death blurred, creating an eerie limbo where joy and sorrow intertwined. The very fabric of existence began to unravel. Meanwhile, the ancient stories of demons returned, resurrected from the annals of history. Folklore spoke of restless spirits and vengeful entities that could possess the living. Now, in this technosphere of artificial beings and data-driven consciousness, the demons morphed, adopting new forms. The fear of the unknown, of what one might become without the constraints of physical existence, gripped the hearts of many. Were they inviting the very monsters they had fought against for centuries? From the corners of society emerged the voices of dissent. Philosophers, artists, and everyday citizens began to question the morality of this new age. They spoke passionately about the beauty of life, the natural cycle of birth and death. "What is it to live forever if you lose what makes you human?" they asked, their voices rising above the hum of technology. Yet the allure of immortality tugged relentlessly at the hearts of those who felt lost, as if offering them a lifeline in a world that seemed to discard the old. In secret laboratories, a new generation of scientists grappled with the consequences of their work. Brilliant minds, driven by the desire to push boundaries, often overlooked the ethical dilemmas that loomed like ghosts. Each day brought fresh discoveries, yet it also brought haunting questions. Could humanity handle the power it had sought? The specter of powerlessness returned, a reminder that with every attempt to conquer death, new forms of suffering emerged. The tension escalated when a group of rogue scientists decided to take matters into their own hands. They believed that the key to immortality lay not in uploading consciousness, but in merging it with machines. Their clandestine experiments blurred the line between man and machine, giving rise to a new breed of existence: the cyborgs, beings who were part human, part technology. But as these beings began to awaken, a chilling realization set in. They were haunted by memories and emotions that felt foreign, as if they were mere shells of their former selves. How much of them remained intact, and how much had been subsumed by the technology they embraced? In the streets, protests erupted, a cacophony of anger and fear. Demonstrators waved banners adorned with bold statements. "Death is a gift," and "Honor the cycle." As they shouted, the stories of those lost in the struggle for immortality emerged. Powerful testimonies whispered through the crowd. Families torn apart by the allure of eternal life began to share their grief, painting a vivid picture of the human cost hidden behind gleaming promises. In the eye of this storm stood a woman named Ilara, a scientist torn between her groundbreaking work and the moral implications it carried. She had dedicated her life to understanding the mysteries of life and death, yet now faced an existential crisis. The shadows of her past haunted her: a brother lost too soon, a mother who had succumbed to illness. As she stood at the crossroads of innovation and morality, questions clawed at her mind. Did she want to live forever? Or did she want to honor the fleeting beauty of life? With every tick of the clock, the world edged closer to a perilous precipice, where choices made in the name of progress could lead to devastation. The quest for immortality spiraled further into chaos as the lines between technology and humanity blurred, leaving behind a haunting question. In the battle against death, was it worth inviting demons into their very souls? The allure of endless life, tantalizing and terrifying, hung heavy in the air, leaving behind a trail of emotions that clung to the heart like a lingering specter, refusing to let go. In the shadowy corners of ancient texts, where ink has faded but the whispers of fear remain, there exists a chilling intertwining of the living and the dead. The air grows thick as the stories of demons weave their way through the fabric of human history, leaving threads of terror and fascination. Like a candle flickering in the dark, these tales illuminate the fears that have haunted humanity for centuries, revealing parallels that make the heart race and the skin crawl. Take, for instance, the infamous figure of Lilith, a being often painted as a demoness in Jewish mythology. Born from the same dust as Adam, she refused to be subservient. Her desire for equality and freedom led her to become a dark figure in folklore, a symbol of rebellion against oppressive forces. Those who followed her teachings spoke in hushed tones, afraid that the wrath of the heavens would descend upon them for acknowledging her existence. The echoes of her tale reverberate through history, serving as a stark reminder of how power can corrupt, and how the desire to transcend one's fate can lead to eternal torment. In the chilling accounts of the medieval witch hunts, the boundaries between the living and the dead blur into a terrifying reality. The accused were often women with knowledge of herbs, healing, and the mysteries of nature. Fearful of their power, society branded them as witches, often invoking the teachings of demons as justification for their persecution. The cries of the innocent filled the air, resonating through the towns like a mournful dirge, while executioners carried out the grim orders of ecclesiastical courts. Each life extinguished added weight to the already heavy chains that bound the living to the specters of the dead, those who whispered secrets from beyond the grave, warning others of the dangers that lay ahead. The haunting tale of the Medea, a figure from Greek mythology, encapsulates this dreadful connection. Betrayed by love and consumed by rage, she committed unspeakable acts in the name of vengeance. Her story serves as a dark mirror reflecting the deepest fears of the living, the lengths one might go to reclaim lost power or to avenge betrayal. In the depths of her despair, many saw the influences of demonic forces, as if she had channeled the very essence of darkness to accomplish her horrific deeds. The chilling question lingers. What lessons do these stories hold for those who live, and how do they echo through the corridors of time? The rise of the infamous Gothic literature in the 18th and 19th centuries further exemplifies the intertwining of the living and dead. Authors like Mary Shelley and Bram Stoker drew directly from these ancient fears, crafting narratives that explored humanity's darkest corners. The creatures in their tales, whether it was Frankenstein's monster or Count Dracula, served not just as figures of horror but as reflections of the living's internal struggles, their fears, desires, and the thin line separating life from death. Each page turned serves as a pulse of anxiety, a rhythmic reminder of how closely the living walk with the specters of their own making. As the clock strikes midnight and the veil between worlds grows thin, the ghostly figures of lost souls, those who perished in pursuit of knowledge or power, linger. Historical accounts speak of the philosopher Socrates, who faced his death calmly, claiming he would find the truths he sought in the afterlife. Yet he too became a victim of the living's fear of the unknown, standing trial for the very wisdom that threatened the status quo. The lessons of his demise resonate today, echoing the warnings inscribed in the annals of history. What we fail to understand can lead to our downfall. In the dark recesses of history, tales of demonic possession strike fear into the hearts of many. The documented cases, like that of the young girl from Loudun, France, who was believed to be possessed by multiple demons, reveal the deep-seated fears of societal breakdown. Those around her believed that the demons were not just entities of horror, but manifestations of their own internal struggles, their own sins laid bare for the world to see. As the priests attempted exorcisms, a cacophony of emotions erupted: fear, hope, and the desperate longing for peace. The living were caught in a dance with the dead, battling forces beyond their comprehension. As the sun sets on tales of yore, the parallels between the living and the dead stand stark. The teachings of demons, whether whispered by ancient texts or echoed through chilling folklore, serve as cautionary tales. They reveal the darkness that lies within, the potential for each soul to descend into calamity when blinded by power, revenge, or despair. These stories linger on the lips of storytellers, passed down through generations, each recitation a chilling reminder that the lessons learned from the dead are not merely fossils of the past, but vital warnings for the living. And as the night deepens, one can't shake the feeling that these lessons are waiting, just beyond the veil, ready to pounce. The shadows of history stretch out, intertwining with the present, leaving a sense of unease, the fear that perhaps, just perhaps, the lessons from the dead will manifest in ways never imagined. As the living tread forward, they do so with the weight of the past on their shoulders, a burden that blends the eerie truths of demonic teachings with their own existence. What will be the cost of ignoring these whispers? What dark corners of the soul remain unexamined, waiting for their moment to rise? The answer lies just ahead, echoing in the hearts of those brave enough to confront it. Under a pale moonlight, shadows stretch and dance in the corners of ancient graveyards, whispering secrets long buried and forgotten. A chill runs down the spine of anyone brave or foolish enough to wander these hallowed grounds where the scent of damp earth mingles with the fading echoes of lives once lived. Here, among the tombstones, one can feel the weight of history pressing down, a history alive with the fearful imaginings of demons that have haunted humanity for centuries. Since the dawn of civilization, the concept of demons has transformed, weaving its way through cultures and belief systems, evolving into something that reflects humanity's deepest fears and desires. From the malevolent spirits of Mesopotamian lore who lurked in the shadows, ready to snatch away the unsuspecting, to the more intricate depictions of demons in medieval Christianity, these figures have always been more than mere monsters. They are mirrors of our own inner turmoil. Consider the ancient Egyptians, who believed in Apep, the serpent demon representing chaos that threatened to swallow the sun and plunge the world into darkness. The sun god Ra fought tirelessly against Apep, a battle symbolizing the constant struggle between order and chaos, life and death. The fear of the unknown seeping into daily life ignited a primal instinct to ward off these entities, leading to rituals designed to protect the soul on its journey through the afterlife. As time flowed on, the face of demons morphed yet again during the Middle Ages. They became synonymous with sin, temptation, and the eternal struggle between good and evil. The Church, wielding considerable power, painted demons as the embodiment of humanity's darkest urges. Witch hunts spiraled into madness, fueled by a frenzy of fear and a desperate need to maintain control over society. Innocent lives were lost in the flames of these moral purges, each execution a chilling reminder of how demons could reside not only in the shadows, but also in the hearts of men and women, twisting their minds into instruments of cruelty. Then came the Renaissance, a time of rebirth and rediscovery, where art and literature began to flourish. It was during this period that demons took on a new form, less as monstrous entities and more as complex characters. Milton's Paradise Lost introduced readers to a charismatic Lucifer, a tragic figure who rebelled against a tyrannical god. The idea of the demon began to shift. It was not merely a harbinger of evil, but a creature of depth and nuance, capable of evoking sympathy and understanding. Fast forward to the present day, and the way demons are understood has morphed yet again, especially within contemporary spirituality. The rise of New Age beliefs has transformed demons from fearsome spirits into symbols of personal struggle, often viewed as manifestations of inner conflict rather than external forces. In this light, demons become teachers, guiding individuals through their darkest fears. They serve as a reminder that confronting one's demons can lead to growth and healing. This evolution paints a rich tapestry of belief, steeped in history, as spiritual practices draw from ancient teachings while simultaneously adapting to modern sensibilities. In meditation circles, practitioners speak of facing one's inner demons, likening them to shadows we must confront to find peace. The battle is no longer one fought in the ethereal realm but within the mind, where anxiety, depression, and self-doubt take on the guise of demons, demanding attention and resolution. However, there lingers a tension in this transformation. While many find empowerment in confronting their demons, others still carry the weight of fear. Films and literature continue to depict demons as the ultimate evil, lurking just beyond the veil of reality, waiting to prey on the weak. The stories told around campfires, the chills that crawl down the spine at the sound of rustling leaves in the dark, illustrate an enduring fascination with the demon as an archetype of fear. In urban legends and ghost stories, the contemporary demon becomes a reflection of societal fears, often mirroring the anxieties of modern life: consumerism, loneliness, and disconnection. The rise of technology has birthed new forms of demons, lurking in the screens of our devices, whispering tales of self-doubt and inadequacy. Cyberbullying, social media pressures, the never-ending quest for approval. These modern demons are insidious, infiltrating the deepest recesses of the mind and spirit. Amidst all this, rituals of death and remembrance take on fresh significance. As families gather to honor their deceased, they often speak of the demons that plagued their loved ones in life. Whether it was addiction, mental illness, or the gnawing fear of mortality, the conversations shift from mere mourning to a deeper understanding of the personal battles that define human existence. The act of remembrance transforms into a ceremony of confrontation, not just of the loved one's struggles, but of our collective demons. In many cultures, death is viewed not as an end, but as a transition. The belief that the spirit continues to roam, encountering demons on its journey, sparks profound discussions about what it means to face one's fears even in the afterlife. Ghost stories tell of spirits trapped between worlds, haunted by unresolved issues and inner demons, waiting for someone to acknowledge their pain. These narratives echo through generations, bridging the gap between the living and the dead, weaving a poignant connection that binds us all. As the moon wanes and the shadows grow longer, the evolution of the demon continues to unfold, a testament to humanity's unending dance with fear and understanding. Each story, each encounter adds a layer to the intricate tapestry of spirituality and death, leaving us to ponder what lies beyond the veil. The echoes of ancient beliefs resonate in contemporary practices, reminding us that the battle is timeless, where the lines between light and dark blur, and the demons of our past beckon us to face them in a world unafraid to explore the depths of the human experience. In the flickering light of a small town's forgotten library, a dusty book lay open, its pages filled with ancient tales of dark shadows and chilling whispers. The air was thick with an uneasy silence, broken only by the occasional rustle of a page turning, as if the very fabric of the stories long told was eager to spill forth its secrets. These stories spoke of demons, beings that slipped through the cracks of reality and nestled themselves deep within the human psyche, twisting fear and death into a macabre dance. Generations ago, fear of demons was a common thread that stitched communities together, binding them through shared horror. In the medieval ages, tales of demonic possession circulated like wildfire. Villagers would gather around flickering fires, exchanging stories of loved ones spiraling into madness, their eyes glazed with an unnatural sheen. Their bodies contorted as if unseen hands pulled their strings, a haunting reminder of mortality and the unseen forces that lurked just beyond the veil of the ordinary. People spoke of exorcisms with hushed reverence, summoning priests to confront the darkness that sometimes inhabited their very homes. The mere thought of a demon in one's midst sent shivers down spines, echoing through the ages. Fast forward to the 20th century, where the world had become more modern, yet the shadows of the past lingered. Classic horror films emerged, breathing life into the fears of earlier times. From the sinister laughter of the demon in The Exorcist to the chilling presence of the Babadook, modern cinema transformed these ancient fears into a visual spectacle. The mere sound of a door creaking would send audiences spiraling into a frenzy. Yet these demons weren't just monsters. They reflected deeper anxieties about death and the unknown. They became metaphors for our darkest thoughts. Each scream in the theater a cathartic release of the dread we all felt when faced with the specter of mortality. As the flickering images faded, real life began to echo its own horrors. In the 1980s, with the rise of the satanic panic, stories of demonic cults and sacrifices became the stuff of headlines. Families cowered in fear, convinced evil lurked around every corner. The discussions of death and morality intertwined with the idea of demons, transforming them from mere folklore into harbingers of a society gripped by paranoia. What was once an unseen spirit became a very real societal threat, tearing families apart and planting seeds of distrust among neighbors. Throughout history, demons have embodied the fears of the time, always evolving, always relevant. In the contemporary world, they serve as a reflection of our anxieties about technology and the future. As we plunge deeper into a digital age, the shadows cast by our screens often feel like they harbor something sinister. The fear of artificial intelligence turning malevolent, or the idea of social media manipulating our reality, takes on a demonic life of its own. The underlying question looms: What happens when the very tools we create to connect us become conduits for darkness? In literature, demons have taken on new forms, becoming the embodiment of internal struggles. In the pages of bestsellers, the line between good and evil blurs. Characters grapple with their own inner demons, addiction, guilt, regret. The horror lies not just in the supernatural, but in the mundane aspects of life that drive people to the edge. Death is no longer just a physical end. It becomes a haunting presence that follows us daily. The fear of never being remembered, of our lives fading into oblivion, is a demon many face in silence. The art of storytelling, particularly horror, has a unique power to confront these fears. A story can plunge readers into a world where demons reign, where the struggle is not just against an external enemy, but against the darkness within. The vivid imagery, the breathless pacing, the heart-stopping moments, each element combines to create an experience that resonates deep within. The chilling thrill of a well-crafted ghost story sends a shiver down the spine, reminding us that the tales of old still hold sway over our modern minds. As night falls over the town, shadows stretch and twist, igniting a primal fear that clawed at the edges of consciousness. The whispers of demons, once mere folklore, echo louder in the dark. With every heartbeat, a reminder of mortality thrumming just beneath the surface. The fear of death no longer stands alone. It dances hand in hand with the specter of the demonic, a relentless partner that refuses to let go. In the quiet hours when the world sleeps, the imagination races. What would it be like to confront a demon face to face? Would it be the grotesque figure from nightmares, or would it take the form of a loved one, lost yet returned? Each thought sends a jolt of adrenaline coursing through veins, a potent mix of fear and curiosity. The influence of demons on our perception of horror and death is woven through the very fabric of human existence, a tapestry rich with tales of dread, loss, and the eternal struggle against the unknown. No matter how far we venture into the modern world, they linger, lurking in the back of our minds, a reminder of the darkness that resides in every corner of our lives. As stories intertwine with reality, they morph and evolve, crafting a relentless cycle of emotion and tension, leaving hearts racing and minds spinning, ever on the brink of what lies beyond the next page. A flicker of firelight danced across ancient stone walls, shadows twisting like ghosts in the night. The crackling of the flames whispered secrets of ages past, tales of spirits, demons, and the delicate thread connecting life to the ever-looming specter of death. In this sacred space, the air felt heavy, charged with a palpable energy, as if the very essence of the ancestors lingered just beyond the veil. Among the indigenous cultures scattered across vast landscapes, demons were not merely figments of imagination, but powerful entities, woven into the fabric of existence. They were the guardians of secrets, the keepers of the balance between life and death. In the stories told around the fire, the line between the living and the spirit world blurred, creating a tapestry rich with meaning, fear, and reverence. As the flickering flames illuminated the faces of the listeners, their eyes gleamed with a mixture of fear and fascination, pulling them into a narrative that spanned generations. In the northern reaches of the Americas, the Inuit spoke of the Tupilak, a vengeful spirit created from the remnants of the fallen. Born of rage and sorrow, it stalked the living, seeking retribution for wrongs unspoken. The very air grew colder when tales of the Tupilak unfurled, a bone-chilling reminder that death could come upon the unsuspecting, crafted by those who felt the weight of betrayal. Children huddled closer to their elders, eyes wide, hearts pounding as they listened to the chilling accounts of someone who had lost their way, only to be met by the dark fury of the Tupilak. To the south, the Aztec civilization worshipped a pantheon of gods, including Mictlantecutli, the lord of the underworld. The Aztecs believed that death was not an end, but a passage to another realm. Festivals celebrated the deceased, inviting their spirits to return and partake in the joys of the living. Yet, lurking in the shadows was the ever-present fear of demons, those who could disrupt the sacred balance. Offerings of food and flowers adorned altars, a means to appease the spirits and ensure safe passage through the treacherous terrain of death and the afterlife. Further west, the Navajo culture viewed death as a journey, a sacred transition rather than a conclusion. Their beliefs entwined with the natural world, where mountains, rivers, and the earth itself echoed with the voices of ancestors. The Yei, powerful spirit beings, acted as intermediaries, guiding souls through the darkness. But with this journey came the risk of encountering malevolent spirits, eager to ensnare the unwary. The Navajo people honored their dead, enshrining them with rituals that echoed through time. Yet they also recognized the potential for chaos if the spirits were not treated with the utmost respect. In moonlit ceremonies, the tension was tangible, hearts racing as chants rose into the night, a plea for protection against the lurking shadows. In the jungles of the Amazon, the Yanomami people lived in harmony with a world teeming with life and death. Their beliefs were intertwined with the spirits of the forest, where every rustle of leaves carried a message. The concept of demons took on a unique shape here, manifesting in the form of malevolent beings who could cause illness or misfortune. Shamans, revered as spiritual leaders, walked the thin line between the living and the spirit world, invoking the powers of the forest to heal and protect. With every chant, every rattle of their ceremonial instruments, they called forth the spirits, seeking harmony in a world rife with unseen dangers. Yet it was not only fear that bound these cultures together, it was also a profound respect for the cycles of life and death. The Maori of New Zealand held a rich tapestry of beliefs about the afterlife, where the spirit, or werua, embarked on a journey to reunite with ancestors. The concept of demons, known as atua, was woven into their understanding of the universe. These entities, both nurturing and destructive, played a crucial role in maintaining equilibrium. The Maori knew that to honor the dead was to acknowledge their ongoing presence in the living world, a partnership steeped in love and vigilance. As dusk fell upon these various cultures, the stories transformed, becoming alive with emotion. Each tale carried the weight of history, the whispers of those who had come before, fueling a collective understanding of existence. The shadows lengthened, the fire crackled louder, and the listeners leaned in closer, their hearts intertwined with the tales that wrapped around them like a warm blanket. When the sun rose again, it brought with it the promise of new beginnings, yet the echoes of the night lingered. The rituals continued, binding communities together in shared belief and reverence. Demons and death were woven into the very fabric of life, reminders that existence was a fragile thread, easily frayed yet beautifully intricate. With each heartbeat, the stories surged, pulsing with life, demanding to be told and retold. This eternal dance between life and death, between the living and the spirits, held a magnetic power. It drew individuals into a shared experience that transcended time and space, a visceral connection to something greater than themselves. Beyond the flickering flames and the breath of the wind, the stories persisted, echoing through the hills and valleys, carried on the wings of ancestral spirits, forever entwined in the hearts and minds of those who listened. In the dim light of a flickering candle, an ancient tome lay open on a weathered table, its pages yellowed with time. The air was thick with the scent of old parchment and something darker, something that whispered of eternal night and unending fear. A single word echoed through the shadows: immortality. It hung in the air, a promise wrapped in a curse, and anyone who dared to consider it felt the chill of its implications seep into their bones. In countless legends, demons served as the haunting figures that cautioned humanity against the treacherous allure of eternal life. Take the story of Gilgamesh, the mighty king of Uruk, who, despite his conquests and divine parentage, could not escape the grasp of mortality. His quest for the secret of eternal life led him to Utnapishtim, the immortal man, the one saved from the great flood. Utnapishtim's tales of loss, of watching loved ones fade while he remained untouched by time, filled Gilgamesh with dread. The price of immortality was not just the absence of death, it was the burden of solitude, the never-ending ache of a heart that witnessed the world change around it while he remained static. Consider the legend of Faust, a man so consumed with the thirst for knowledge and power that he bargained his soul to the devil. The moment he tasted the fruit of his desires, a sense of foreboding washed over him. His insatiable appetite for wisdom, for experiences untold, spiraled into a haunting existence where every moment was a reminder of his sacrifice. Faust became a cautionary tale, echoing the warning that the pursuit of immortality could lead one not to paradise, but to an eternal torment of regrets. In the realms of mythology, demonic figures were often depicted as tempters, offering a glimpse of the extraordinary in exchange for one's humanity. In the medieval mind, these were not just stories, they were lessons etched into the very fabric of society. The tale of the succubus who seduces men with promises of eternal love reveals a deeper truth. The price of immortality could be the very essence of the soul. The seductive allure of everlasting life masked an insidious trap, a temptation that ensnared the unwary in a web of despair. Throughout history, the stories of demons and their machinations reveal a truth that resonates even today. The figures of the past served as grim reminders of what happens when humanity reaches too far, forgetting the natural cycle of life and death. The ancient Greeks crafted tales of Prometheus, who stole fire from the gods and faced eternal punishment. His gift brought enlightenment, but also suffering, a stark reminder that to tamper with the divine order could lead to unspeakable consequences. The gods, in their jealousy, ensured that Prometheus would bear the weight of his choices forever. As the candle flickered, shadows danced along the walls, reflecting the turmoil that brewed within the hearts of those who yearned for eternity. The modern age, with its advancements in science and technology, often seems to flirt with the idea of conquering death. Yet, as history has shown, every attempt to escape mortality carries the risk of becoming a cautionary tale itself. In laboratories, scientists whisper of genetic manipulation and the secrets of aging. But what of the demons lurking in those shadows? The fear of becoming a modern-day Faust, trading one's soul for fleeting moments of glory, gnaws at the edges of the mind. The echoes of history remind us that even the most brilliant minds have wrestled with the ethics of immortality. The Renaissance, a time of unparalleled enlightenment, also birthed the specter of hubris. Leonardo da Vinci, in his relentless pursuit of knowledge and innovation, faced the specter of his creations. The machines he envisioned could extend life, but at what cost? Would the world thrive, or would it shatter under the weight of ambitions unbridled? As the candle sputtered, casting ominous shapes on the walls, the tension thickened. The allure of immortality wrapped around the hearts of men like a serpent, promising strength and wisdom, but delivering nothing but chaos and despair. The story of Count Dracula stands as a chilling reminder of what it means to exist outside the bounds of mortality. His cursed life brought him power, but it came at a price steeped in blood and sorrow. His immortality was a prison, a torment that left him forever craving what he could never possess: human connection, love, and the sweet release of death. Each tale interweaves with another, painting a tapestry of caution. The specters of demons, once powerful and alluring, became reflections of humanity's darkest fears. They served as warnings, urging people to reckon with the weight of their desires. The tension between the desire for eternal life and the inherent chaos it brings rippled through history like a dark tide, swallowing those who dared to tread too far. As night deepened, the flickering candle fought bravely against the encroaching darkness, casting a glow on the figures lurking in the shadows. The quiet reminder haunted those who dared to dream of living forever. Mortality was not merely an ending, but a vital part of existence. The demons that danced along the edges of these stories were not just monsters. They were the embodiments of the choices that could lead us astray. Their cautionary tales lingered in the air, a palpable tension that begged the question: is the pursuit of immortality worth the price of one's very soul? With hearts pounding and breaths held, the shadows seemed to whisper, warning of the path that lay ahead. The moral complexities of immortality beckoned, but the demons of the past loomed larger, reminding all who dared to dream that there are consequences to every choice, and that sometimes the sweetest gift can be the fleeting nature of life itself. The wind howled through the ancient trees, whispers of the departed intertwining with the rustling leaves. Shadows danced under the pale moonlight, carrying the weight of stories untold. For centuries, the space between life and death has been filled with rituals, each steeped in a belief that the dead linger close, their spirits watching, sometimes guarding, sometimes haunting. The air crackled with tension, as if the very fabric of reality was woven with threads of the past, threads infused with the dark essence of demons, those enigmatic beings that shape human fears and desires. Even in death, in the cold hush of a long-forgotten graveyard, a group of mourners gathered. They clutched candles flickering in the night, their faces etched with sorrow and a fear that sent chills down their spines. It was the night of the ritual, a ceremony passed down through generations, meant to guide the souls of the departed safely into the afterlife. But tonight felt different. An unseen presence loomed like a heavy fog. The villagers knew that the boundary between their world and the next was particularly thin, a condition known to invite the most mischievous of demons. As the leader of the ritual began to chant, her voice trembled, reverberating against the ancient tombstones. Each word was a thread, weaving a protective barrier around them. But the shadows seemed to grow darker, and the wind carried a low growl. The villagers exchanged uneasy glances, for they knew stories of demons that thrived on fear, using it as a feast to strengthen their claim over the living. Historically, rituals surrounding death were not just about honoring the dead. They were, in many cultures, an essential shield against demonic entities. In ancient Egypt, intricate burial rites were performed to ensure that the deceased could navigate the treacherous underworld. The Book of the Dead, a collection of spells and prayers, was placed in tombs to ward off malevolent spirits. The Egyptian gods and demons were intricately linked, each protecting or punishing souls as they journeyed to the afterlife. The villagers understood this, holding tightly to their candles as if the flickering flames could chase away the dark. Across the ocean, in the heart of the Aztec Empire, death was a revered part of life. Rituals included offerings of food, flowers, and precious items to ensure that spirits remained satisfied, lest they turn restless and vengeful. The Aztecs believed that the dead walked among the living, and failing to honor them could invite chaos. The echoes of their ceremonies reverberated through time, reminding all that the dance between life and death was fraught with peril, especially when demons were involved. Back in the graveyard, the leader continued her chant, the words morphing into a desperate plea. The earth trembled beneath their feet, and the candles flickered wildly, casting eerie shadows that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Suddenly, a harsh wind swept through, extinguishing the flames, plunging the group into darkness. Panic erupted as they fumbled for matches, fear clawing at their throats. They needed the light. They needed the protection. In the chaos, a chilling wail echoed, a sound that felt as if it were torn from the depths of despair. It was a reminder of the demons lurking just beyond the veil, waiting for a moment of weakness. Caught in the throes of terror, one young woman stood frozen, eyes wide with fear as she remembered the old tales of the Benandanti, spirits who roamed the world fighting against evil forces. What if tonight they had come to collect? As the candles flickered back to life, casting a warm glow on the anxious faces, the leader invoked the names of ancestors, calling upon the spirits to protect them. The words flowed from her lips like a river, laced with the weight of history. Each name was a thread that bound the living to the dead, a lifeline to the past. The villagers joined in, their voices rising in harmony, a shield against the darkness. Yet there was an undercurrent of tension, a reminder that the dead were not always at peace. In many cultures, it is believed that those who die violently or without proper rites are doomed to walk the earth as demons themselves. The fear of the restless dead had shaped countless rituals across cultures, from the elaborate funerals of Chinese dynasties to the haunting ceremonies of the Celtic Samhain. The villagers understood that the very nature of their practices was a negotiation with the unknown, a delicate balance of reverence and dread. As the final chant echoed into the night, a sense of calm fell over the crowd. They felt the presence of their ancestors, a protective force wrapping around them like a warm blanket. But in the shadows, something stirred. The wind changed, carrying a whisper that sent shivers down their spines, a promise that the demons were always close, lurking just out of sight, waiting for another chance to break through. With the ritual complete, the villagers felt a cautious sense of relief. They began to disperse, leaving the graveyard behind, yet the air was thick with anticipation, a lingering tension that hinted at unresolved stories. The candles had burned bright, but the night was far from over. Their footsteps echoed on the cobblestones, a reminder that life continued, but death was never far behind. And as they walked away, shadows flitted among the tombstones, whispering secrets. The night held its breath, for the dance of life and death would soon call them back, drawing them into the embrace of rituals that would forever bind them to the spirits and the demons that shaped their fate. The cycle was unbroken, and the stories would continue, weaving seamlessly into the fabric of their lives, a haunting reminder that the next ritual awaited, just around the bend. In the chill of midnight, the moon hung low, casting a ghostly light across the ancient cemetery. Shadows twisted like whispering phantoms among the tombstones, telling tales of lives long extinguished. It was here, in this sacred silence, where souls lingered, caught between worlds, seeking resolution or revenge. Each grave held secrets, the air thick with the weight of unfinished business. The dark night was alive with a haunting melody, the rustle of leaves echoing like hushed voices recounting their stories to the stars. Those who walked the path of life often trembled at the thought of what lay beyond, but for the spirits trapped in the grip of the living, uncertainty turned to fury. They wished to impart their truth, their lessons woven with bitterness and wisdom. Among the spectral figures was Malachi, once a formidable sorcerer in a forgotten kingdom. His life had been a tapestry of power and arrogance, but the threads unraveled the moment death embraced him. Now, as a wraith, he wandered, bound to the earth by his actions, craving redemption, yet shrouded in despair. Life after death, he mused bitterly, is but a cruel mirror reflecting our choices. Malachi's spectral form flickered like a candle in the wind, and he found himself drawn to a young girl standing at the edge of the cemetery. Clara, with her innocent eyes wide and curious, was oblivious to the spirits dancing around her, whispering their regrets and hopes. She had come here searching for answers, a connection to her late grandmother who had filled her childhood with stories. The air crackled with tension as Malachi felt the pull of her youthful spirit. Perhaps, he thought, this child could learn from my mistakes. He reached out, his ghostly fingers brushing against her awareness, sending a shiver down her spine. Startled, Clara turned, her breath hitching as she felt a presence. "Hello," she called, a tremor of fear threading through her voice. Malachi could sense her vulnerability, the flickering flame of curiosity that burned brighter than her fear. "Do not be afraid," he whispered, his voice a chilling breeze against her skin. I am but a fragment of what was." The girl's wide eyes searched the shadows, seeking the source of the voice. "What do you want?" she asked, a mix of bravery and trepidation coloring her tone. "To teach you," he replied, his form solidifying for a moment. "You seek the wisdom of those who have passed, but know this. The lessons from the beyond are not always sweet." The air thickened with the scent of damp earth and decay, the memories of loss flooding back to him. We, the lost souls, bear the burden of our choices. Life doesn't end. It transforms, and in that transformation, we face our truths. Clara stepped closer, an unexplainable connection pulling her forward. "What do you mean? What truths?" she asked, her heart racing. Malachi could see the spark of understanding igniting within her, the realization that the tales of death were not simply about endings, but rebirth, the chance to start anew. "Think of your grandmother," he urged, his voice softening as he spoke of her. "She lived with love, yet even she had her regrets. Every choice carves a path in the fabric of existence, shaping what comes next." Memories of laughter and warmth filled Clara's mind, yet shadows of doubt lingered. "But she left us," she whispered, feeling the weight of loss pressing down on her heart. "She did not leave without purpose," Malachi replied, the shadows of his own regrets creeping into his voice. "Her spirit weaves through your life even now. Death is a transformation, not a finality. We learn, we grow, we make amends, even from the other side. But ignorance of our lessons creates a cycle, one filled with pain and unfulfilled desires." As he spoke, Clara began to understand the gravity of his words. The cemetery pulsed with energy, the forgotten spirits surrounding them, each echoing a lesson learned too late. A rustle of wind carried the whispers of their stories, tales of love betrayed, of dreams deferred, of vengeance sought and forgiveness granted. "Do you wish to know your future?" Malachi asked, the question hanging in the air, heavy and foreboding. Clara hesitated, fear curling in her stomach. "What if I see something terrible?" she breathed, her voice thin. "Then you will have the power to change it," he replied, his eyes burning with the intensity of 1,000 unheeded truths. "To understand the weight of your decisions is to embrace life fully. Each moment is an opportunity to reset your course." The ground beneath them shivered, as if the very earth craved to share its secrets. Colors faded, and images surrounded Clara. Flickers of moments yet to come, choices converging like rivers meeting the sea. She saw herself growing, facing heartbreak yet finding strength. Shadows loomed, consequences of actions yet to be taken, warnings of paths that could lead to despair. "Remember," Malachi said, his voice growing fainter as the visions swirled around her. "The end is but another beginning. Death is not a villain. It is the teacher of life's everlasting cycle." The spirits around them whispered in agreement, a chorus of lessons learned and shared, echoing through the stillness of the night. Tears stung Clara's eyes as she felt the weight of their stories pressing upon her. Each spirit was a testament to resilience and an invitation to embrace the fragile beauty of existence. The cemetery pulsed with electricity, and Clara took a step forward, reaching towards the unseen tapestry of life and death, a quest for understanding that would propel her into the unknown. Ahead lay not just lessons of loss, but the promise of renewal. Malachi watched as she moved deeper into the night, her spirit alight with the fire of newfound purpose. The cemetery faded into a mere backdrop of her unfolding tale, a narrative that was far from over. In the stillness, the demonic lessons lingered, waiting to be embraced by those who dared to confront the darkness and illuminate their paths ahead. The air was thick with unease, as if the very ground beneath one's feet trembled with the weight of unspoken fears. Shadows played tricks on the mind, whispering tales of those who had crossed the threshold between life and what lay beyond. In every culture, in every corner of the world, death has always been a specter looming over humanity, a grim reminder of the fragility of existence and the mysteries that await us. The chill of uncertainty wrapped around people like a shroud, igniting deep-seated questions about the future of death and the dark entities that often accompany it. Throughout history, death has been more than a mere end. It has been an enigma wrapped in rituals, beliefs, and stories. The ancient Egyptians worshipped gods like Anubis, who guided souls through the perilous journey to the afterlife, while the Celts believed in a spirit world where the living and the dead coexisted, separated only by a thin veil. Even the Greeks spoke of Charon, the ferryman who transported souls across the river Styx, forever linking mortality with the supernatural. These tales, though steeped in myth, reflect a timeless truth. Humanity has always grappled with what comes after the final breath. As the world hurtles toward a future shaped by technology and scientific breakthroughs, the age-old question of death becomes even more pronounced. What if the boundaries of life and death could blur, merging ancient beliefs with modern advancements? Could death itself become something we can manipulate or even control? The emergence of cryonics, where bodies are preserved in hopes of future revival, poses unsettling possibilities. Would this lead to an era where death is not final, but a mere pause in existence? The implications are staggering, raising ethical dilemmas and fears of what it means to live and to die. Accompanying these advancements is a resurgence of interest in demons and the darker aspects of spirituality. In the face of rapid change, people often seek solace in the familiar, turning to the supernatural as a means of understanding their fears. The rise of technology, with its promises of immortality and enhancement, has also given rise to an undercurrent of anxiety. Are these advancements a gift or a curse? Could they invite malevolent forces into our lives, as folklore has warned for centuries? The tales of demons, once relegated to the shadows of superstition, now find new life in conversations about artificial intelligence and the ethical implications of biotechnology. Every culture has its own demons, figures that embody the fears of the unknown. In the folklore of Eastern Europe, the strigoi is a restless spirit that rises from the grave, a creature of both terror and tragedy. In Asia, the hungry ghost, or preta, roams the earth, forever unsatisfied, reminding the living of the consequences of their actions. As humanity grapples with its mortality and the unknown, these figures take on new meanings. They become symbols of our anxieties about what we create and what we might unleash upon ourselves. Consider the story of a small town where whispers of demonic sightings emerged as new technologies were introduced. The townsfolk, once skeptical, began to experience strange occurrences: flickering lights, shadows darting just out of sight, and a palpable sense of dread hanging in the air. They turned to their traditions, invoking ancient rituals to ward off the forces they believed were encroaching upon their lives. But what if the true demons were not from folklore, but manifest in the very machines they had come to rely on? The lines began to blur between the natural and the unnatural, as the townspeople faced a reality where both death and demons felt closer than ever. Haunted by their fears, many began to question the nature of reality itself. Was the advancement of technology unraveling the fabric of existence, inviting chaos where once there was order? As memories of ancestors who had confronted their own mortality surfaced, a sense of urgency gripped the community. They turned to the past, seeking guidance from ancient texts and forgotten rituals. The ghosts of their ancestors seemed to whisper through the ages, urging them to remember their humanity even as they stood on the brink of a new world. This tension between the future and the past creates an emotional whirlwind. People find themselves torn between the allure of innovation and the cautionary tales spun by history. The fear of death collides with the desire for immortality, creating a tumultuous atmosphere charged with anticipation and dread. In the quiet moments, one can almost hear the echoes of ancient chants as they resonate through the air, blending with the hum of technology that surrounds them. As time marches forward, the question looms ever larger. What will become of us when the threshold of death is no longer a barrier but a transition? The thought ignites an unease that chills the bones. The demons that people once believed could only reach them in folklore now seem to take on new forms, lurking in the unknown spaces created by their own inventions. Could it be that as humanity reaches for the stars, it unwittingly invites darker forces into its midst? The fabric of society begins to shift, with communities torn between embracing the future and clinging to the rituals of the past. Funerals evolve, becoming elaborate ceremonies incorporating technology that promises connection with the deceased, while the traditional practices are left to fade into obscurity. The vibrant colors of celebration clash with the dark undertones of fear, producing a cacophony that echoes through the ages. Every heartbeat becomes a reminder of the fragility of life, and every soul becomes a vessel carrying the weight of history and the anticipation of the unknown. The dance of life and death continues, entwined in a complex waltz of emotion and speculation. As the shadows lengthen and the night deepens, the line between what is real and what is imagined grows ever thinner, leaving an indelible mark on the fabric of existence. The future remains uncertain, shrouded in mystery, as the echoes of those who came before mingle with the whispers of what is to come. The air crackled with a tension that seemed to vibrate within the very marrow of existence. A flickering candle cast dancing shadows against the stone walls, each flicker a moment of life, each shadow a whisper of death. Within this dimly lit chamber, echoes of forgotten knowledge and lost souls swirled together like a tempest. The spirits of those who had sought understanding danced just on the edges of perception, urging the living to listen, to feel the weight of what lay just beyond the veil. Throughout history, cultures have wrestled with the enigma of death, and the demonic teachings that emerged from the depths of despair were no exception. In ancient Mesopotamia, the Sumerians believed in a complex pantheon of deities and demons that governed the afterlife. They etched their beliefs into clay tablets, detailing how the souls of the dead were led by the demon of the underworld, Ereshkigal, through dark passages that twisted and turned like the paths of their own lives. To them, death was not an end, but a transformation, a passage to another realm, guided by the very forces that many would dare to label as evil. As centuries passed, the Greeks adopted and reshaped these concepts, infusing their myths with a sense of tragedy and exploration. Hades was not merely a god of the dead, he was a nuanced figure who ruled over the lost and the damned. The Greeks spoke of Charon, the ferryman, whose boat carried souls across the river Styx, reminding all of the delicate balance between life and death. In their eyes, demons and deities were intertwined, revealing the complex tapestry of existence where fear and reverence walked hand in hand. The Roman Empire, in its unyielding quest for power and understanding, found itself engulfed in these ideas as well. The notion of the afterlife began to shift, enveloped in debates about morality and the soul's immortality. To the Romans, demons dictated the fate of souls. Some were punished, others redeemed. The haunting images of judgment filled their art and literature, and the understanding of death morphed into a reflection of one's earthly deeds. The argument raged on. Was there truly a chance of salvation, or did the demonic teachings merely serve as a grim reminder of the inevitable? With the rise of Christianity, a new narrative emerged. The devils of old became figures of repulsion, yet their teachings could not be entirely erased. The Church wielded these concepts, presenting the afterlife as a battleground, the saved versus the damned. Even in the darkest corners of this new belief system, stories of demons persisted, their whispers echoing the ancient truths about the human experience. The fear of the devil became a tool for control, a means to compel the faithful toward righteousness, yet countless souls continued to seek answers in the shadows, yearning to understand the true nature of existence beyond the grave. The tension between good and evil, light and darkness, shaped the medieval worldview. It was an era of mysticism, where the line separating the earthly and the ethereal blurred. Artists painted scenes of demonic possession, embodying humanity's deepest fears and desires. The images of demons, often grotesque and unsettling, reminded the faithful of the fragility of their souls. Yet, nestled within these depictions were subtle hints of a different understanding, that even in darkness there could be a flicker of insight. This dance with demonic teachings continued into the Renaissance, a time when humanity dared to challenge dogma. Thinkers like Pico della Mirandola sought a deeper understanding of immortality, exploring the idea that the soul could transcend the corporeal. They wrestled with the implications of demons as a form of knowledge, a guide through the painful corridors of existence. The tension between the light of enlightenment and the shadows of superstition created a rich tapestry that defined their era. As the Enlightenment dawned, the grip of demonic teachings loosened, but remnants lingered. Philosophers and scientists sought to unravel the mysteries of life and death through reason and observation. Yet, even as progress marched forward, the human heart remained tethered to the ancient stories. The tales of demons, once feared, transformed into metaphors for the struggles within. They became symbols of the darkness humans faced in their own souls, reflecting the eternal battle against despair and mortality. Fast forward to modernity, where the duality of death and immortality continues to loom large. The demons of our age may take on new forms: addiction, despair, loneliness. But their influence on our understanding of the afterlife remains profound. The stories we tell about death still intertwine with the concept of the eternal. The narratives of demons evolve, yet they persist as reminders of the choices we make and the legacies we leave behind. In this tapestry woven through time, the integration of demonic teachings into the narrative of death and immortality reveals a profound truth: that life, with all its struggles and triumphs, is a journey marked by the shadow of the inevitable. The whispers of the past echo in the present, reminding us that understanding our mortality is essential in comprehending the very essence of our being. Every heartbeat carries the weight of those who came before us, every breath a tribute to the relentless quest for meaning in a world shadowed by uncertainty. The lessons of the demons linger, challenging us to confront our fears and embrace the unknown. As the candle flickers, casting shadows that stretch and twist, it becomes clear that the dialogue between light and dark is an intrinsic part of our humanity. And with that, the shadows deepen, pulling the reader closer, inviting them to reflect on their own beliefs about death and immortality. The cycle continues, the tension persists, an unending dance between fear and understanding, life and the beyond, the known and the unknown. In the flickering dimness, the quest for truth remains alive, beckoning all who dare to look beyond the veil.